Hello and welcome back. So, a while back, we have been discussing a lot of the Chris and articles. Basically, these things get updated every year or so, and believe you me, there is so much that probably even 12 months later, we still haven't exactly got the full story. But to be honest, I feel like, as I've mentioned before, the reason why we're only doing this again is because I want to make more ambitious videos. I want to branch out, but I also wanted to be reminded because with the recent released footage of Chris Chan's arrest all the way back in 2021, it's still almost beyond my notice, ladies and gentlemen, in terms of just how much we have yet to talk about, because forget the documentary series for 1 second. Forget the videos I put out. Forget the videos other people put out. There's still plenty of other people out there. And we all need to have that. This is almost like almost like therapy in many sense, because sometimes when you think that you're going nowhere in life and you feel like you're just spinning your wheels, remember Chris Chan exists, and that, well, to be honest, I think I'll have to do an entire video about a retrospective about my opinions about Chris, because they have changed in the 5 years I've been talking about him. Well, coming up to 6, but that's a video for another day. So here is, well, Chris and DRUGS. I'm saying that for the algorithm because I know that, the people involved in YouTube can't spell. So here we go. The despicable mention of rude words and drugs in Song of Christian. A drug is any substance other than food that changes an organism's physiology or psychology when consumed. Much like shoving things up his ass, recreational drugs was something that Chris used to preach against. And how? Until he eventually tried alcohol and discovered he loved the somewhat pleasant effects. As of 2021, Chris has consumed caffeine, cannabis, and alcohol. He's yet to smoke a cigarette or try any hard drugs such as cocaine. Chris has also been on a litany of prescription and over-the-counter drugs to treat his various ailments. Prescription drugs. Prescriptions for mental health. Due to Chris's autism, he had to take a variety of prescription drugs over the years. As of 2000, Chris has been taking the antidepressant Paxil for his autism, which increased from 20 milligrams to 30 milligrams after his psychiatric diagnosis. But sometime before December 2009, he stopped taking it, and instead began taking paroxetine, citing Paxil's side effects. Interestingly enough, both have the same chemical composition, meaning both are the same drug with different trade names. If word ever gets out that Chris felt paroxetine didn't have the same side effects as Paxil, know that this is just an example of the placebo effect. It is possible that Paxil/paroxetine's side effects included making orgasm harder and increased potential for weight gain. Sometime afterwards, Bob found out about its side effects and switched to fluoxetine. It is likely she switched relatively recently, as she still mentioned paroxetine well into October of 2017. In the same paper, it also mentioned his taking of imperamine for unknown reasons. I don't really know what imperamine is, and I've never had to take any prescription drugs for my Asperger's, but it's one of those things that has. In fact, to be honest, well, getting into discussions about why Chris needs to be on Paxil at all is something I'll have to work out, considering that my knowledge of things like paroxetine and Paxil and fluoxetine is very null and void. So let's move on to the actual drugs that Chris takes. For the majority of his life, Chris has had cholesterol problems. To combat this, instead of eating like a normal human being and getting exercise, he eats poorly and rarely exercises while taking Lipitor, a cholesterol-lowering drug. While Lipitor and similar drugs can have a positive effect in lowering the cholesterol levels of those taking it, If one doesn't change their lifestyle as well, there will be little change in the cholesterol level. I generally did not know. Now, do you want to say Chris never knew about that, or never took that into consideration? But then again, it must have occurred at some point to Chris that you got to change your lifestyle in some way or form, because I know fine well that literally it's like having protein shakes every day. You're not going to be filled with energy. Because among many other things, you know what things that protein shakes do to your body? They turn your blood into your blood becomes incredibly acidic, and it starts to disintegrate your bones because you're in dying need of calcium, which makes you liable to having brittle bones, and literally you're more prone to having accidents in which you can suffer through a variety of broken bones. Just those sorts of things you need to watch out for. But then again, I couldn't imagine in any scenario that Chris's bones would have been so brittle that even his immense weight would have caused his body to collapse on itself. I don't think that's ever happened before, but there is always a first time, and, well, maybe if Chris believed Magi-chan told him to do it, I'm not entirely sure, but at some point. Well, probably not at some point either. I don't think anyone... No, no way. Chris, having taken Lipitor since at least August 2009, has had some improvement with his cholesterol levels, getting a score of 140 milligrams. While not low, is not high either, since Chris is very unfit. It's likely that Lipitor seems to be doing a decent job, but Chris knows fine well he could be doing better. Then again, the question follows about whether or not Chris cares enough to do better is, it's neither here nor there. It's worth noting that, as Casey and her dad pointed out, he started taking the drug in his 20s, when it and other statins are really meant for people above the age of 40 and are only recommended for younger patients when the risk of early cardiovascular diseases is that high. Chris also takes a drug to combat blood pressure, likely a blood thinner concerning his fat-high diet. It is known that Chris also takes antibiotics for UTIs, aka urinary tract infections, which is probably more down to the squalor that Chris used to live at when he was at 14 Branch Lane Court, but this seemed to be only an issue in the early 2010s, and it didn't really come up at any other point afterwards. At least Chris didn't feel the urge to tell the world this. HRT. Ever since May of 2015, Chris has been taking various forms of hormone replacement therapy, or HRT, to successfully transition. Unfortunately, as this picture will prove, Chris is not particularly very clever at doing it, nor is Chris particularly very clever in going to the very necessary extent of trying to know exactly what you should be doing. So, here we are. Now, it's funny enough that during the last 12 months, I became friends with somebody who is transgender, and even though, obviously, the details are quite, graphic, and we've never openly discussed them and stuff like that, it's worth noting, I think, that people who know fine well what they had to do will absolutely have a field day in terms of explaining. So, if there are any out there, and hopefully she knows who she's talking about, there's plenty of room for discussion here. So, there it is. Meanwhile, estrogel. Normally, transgender people plan out their gender transitions with doctors to ensure safety throughout the process, especially if they are taking hormones. Unfortunately, Chris did the opposite. No surprise there. In 2015, he acquired estrogel, a hormone replacement therapy cream meant for post-menopausal women. Did Chris... serious question, did Chris at any point, ask anybody about this? Did Chris bother going to seek advice? I mean, we know that Chris at one point went and saw a doctor to say, yes, you are transgender, but did he Did Chris not take any advice whatsoever from the professional about what to do? Also, estrogel is meant to be prescription only, but Chris got around the requirement to see a doctor by ordering it through offshore pharmacy. Estrogel has health risks, such as fluid retention, weight changes, rise in blood pressure, potentially disastrous for an obese person like Chris, and blood clots. And that is when it is applied properly via a small dosage on the arm once per day. He even managed to fail at following the directions on the package, as shown in Estrogel Application and Vibrating Bra How-To, in which he slavers the cream onto his stomach like buttering bread. And as I said before, doesn't Chris look incredibly intelligent and clever, knowing the fact that his hair is basically shriveled seaweed because Chris couldn't be bothered to read the instructions to get his hair dyed to blue, and that, well, pictures could speak 1,000 words, eh? That's, if ever I've heard one. Kim Wilson revealed that he was taking the hormones in May of 2015, and Chris mentioned the drug again as late as August 2016. Throughout 2015 to 2016, he repeatedly complained, via Facebook posts, of feeling dizzy and ill, but failed to connect the dots and think that it could be caused taking over dosages of a black market drug without a physician's approval. Proper HRT. At some point in the fall of 2016, he finally went to a medical professional and was prescribed proper HRT. In his interview with Copper Cab, Chris mentions he takes the testosterone blocker, Spirolactone, which he nicknames Spyro the Dragon, which I'm going to call it Spyro as well, because that's way, way easier to say, and estradiol to assist in transitioning. Chris revealed in his March 2024 livestream that he has been taking estradiol and Spyro for years. Well, goodness knows about how long it possibly took for Chris to do this, but, well, considering that it's one of those few occasions where Chris is being completely and utterly truthful for however much he was being paid to ask that. Alcohol. Background. Like many things in his life, Chris has drastically changed his feelings about intoxicating beverages over the years. Chris once described alcohol as a slow-acting poison in his Future Message video. He also touched on the subject during Viviteg's AIM chat, where in line 309, he mentioned that he would not go to a singles bar because of it and cigarettes. Fortunately, well, if Chris decided to ever come to the UK, they've banned outdoor smoking, so I imagine Chris could, get around that at some point. I mean, it's right there for the picking as far as Chris is concerned. So then again, I'm not entirely sure if Chris could even leave the state of Virginia, let alone travel to the UK. Not now. Alcohol. Background. Like many things in his life, Chris has drastically changed his feelings about intoxicating beverages over the years. Chris once described alcohol as a slow-acting poison in his Future Message video. He also touched on the subject during Vivteg's AIM chat, where in line 309, he mentioned that he would not go to a singles bar because of it, and cigarettes. When asked about alcohol in Mumble Chat 2, he stated that it causes liver dysfunction and likely bar fights and automobile accidents. Considering Chris has had some automobile accidents whilst completely sober, we could only put this down to the fact that Chris can't really drive well, I suppose, which begs the question how he even has a license, but we might never know. Chris delivered a particularly effusive tirade in one of his emails to Regé Fils Ami. Also, I bet you probably smoke and drink, don't you? I speak against those as well, as since they are tools to speed you to death with cancer, liver problems, bar fights, and automobile accidents. Give up the habits. They are bad, beyond gross, and disgusting. And of course, this is Chris going back on his word with what looks like a caterpillar crawling down his neck. Yeah, that Chris, this was early in 2009. This was in the middle of 2009, so that didn't stick around, that did it. Discovery and use. Despite his initial feelings about alcohol, a hypocritical video of Chris drinking a Long Island iced tea was uploaded to YouTube on the 12th of June 2009, showing us signs that perhaps Chris is willing to throw all his principles out the window when the chance to impress a female arises. Well, it probably didn't work, because during this excursion, Chris touched somebody multiple times after they said no, and Chris could have ruined what little chance he had at least gaining a potential sweetheart. Mind you, if I was a woman and I was called a potential sweetheart, or was going out with somebody who uses the phrase boyfriend-free girl, we wouldn't even get through the door. I would have ran to the other end of the street. I would have crossed the road without bothering to look. That's how much I would have gone away. The type of cocktail isn't recommended for novice drinkers, due to having a rather strong amount of alcoholic ingredients like vodka, triple sec, rum, tequila, and gin. It's possible that Chris chose it because he amused, due to its name, that it was literally just iced tea. Alcohol was mentioned briefly in a video shortly after titled, "I'm Sorry Dude." In this video, Chris makes an offer to treat Logan to drinks as opposed to his past offers of coffee or soda to those whom he wanted to get to know. Alcohol was briefly revisited again on camera in Chris's Big Night Out 2, where Chris was seen drinking. Chris's first recorded video where he appeared visibly intoxicated was "Bless the Fans, Curse the Trolls." Alcohol began a slow and steady progression into Chris's life. This was made obvious in an email to Regina, where he said, "I've always tasted Mike's Hard Lemonade, Budweiser, Miller McCobb, Samuel Adams, and a couple of others. And I look forward to sampling more varieties of liquor." Budweiser is apparently his brand of choice, based on eyewitness reports from Fridays After 5 and his account of a trip to a bar prior to visiting the game place on the 6th of June 2010. Meanwhile, a video from mid-October 2010 showed Chris slugging a Kahula straight from the bottle, although he didn't seem to enjoy it too much. When a correspondent in Mailbag 6 challenged him regarding his shift in attitude, Chris replied, "I discourage underage drinking fully. I wanted to try it once for myself." In Mailbag 16 from December 2009, he described his drinking habits in more detail. "I am more of a social drinker. I generally do not spend a weekly amount on drinks. I only drink at like a party or with a friend on rare occasions." This remark was met with some skepticism from trolls, since Chris has no friends. Bit harsh, but yes. Much less who would want to invite him to parties. Take him to the party, he's a nerd. Even after discarding his original hardline attitude though, Chris still found opportunities to get a little preachy regarding the demon liquor. In Mailbag 33 from early January 2010, he remarked, "And alcohol in responsible, moderate amounts. It can be good for you. Yet I do not support too much of it. As if left unchecked, unresponsible or unassisted, too much can lead to fights that can lead to a trip to the hospital and automobile accidents." He also, in Mailbag 5, advanced the bizarre theory that drinking while pregnant can provoke homosexuality in the child. Goodness knows where Chris got that from, but likely troll influence that Chris believed above, actual professionals. AKA anybody who absolutely would have just sat bolt upright and say, "No, it's not true." In the 6th of June 2010, Chris revealed that he had been drinking at a bar before driving to the game place and getting into a confrontation with a manager. Let me guess, the manager asked, "Sir, why were you driving here whilst having a drink?" Good question. Because you could have obviously have smelt it on Chris's breath. It's not exactly as if Chris, brushes his teeth. Although, to be honest, that might have been enough to mask whatever it was he was drinking. Alcohol may be contributing to Chris's declining health. Since his decision to leave the internet and instead seek real-life interaction, Chris has revealed to us that he spent most of his day sitting in bars and playing on his Nintendo DSi. While he once claimed to be a social drinker, it is becoming quite obvious that he is anything but. Chris's childlike perception of the world is most likely deafening his awareness to his substance advancement of relevancy in his life. At this point, he may be turning to alcohol for escapism. Also, alcoholism has been proven to be a telltale sign of Peter Pan syndrome, which clearly applies to Chris. In addition, Chris, being the slow in the mind that he is alleged to add raw sugar to his beer on a regular basis. So, well, it's either Chris will croak or his teeth will drop out before he hits the floor. It's one of the two. Not only is this unnecessary, but may lead to further problems in the near future. It is obvious that with Chris's current loneliness and depression, his alcohol use may yield repercussions in his life. And it did. In July 2016, while Chris thought to have been drunk and depressed over lack of progress on his gender transition, well, did this to stimulate the opening of a vagina. Alcohol made another appearance in the Cwiki chant performance, in which Chris states he had 5 swigs of vodka. Fantastic. Good for letting us know that. The TT squad, aged 18 to 19, tried to get Chris to buy them Reeb in 2018. It's not said here whether or not Chris actually did, but yikes. In 2021, enabler Kawaii Sandbag revealed that Chris had told him in messages that he would drink heavily once every few weeks. Even with known accounts of Chris's past alcohol use, this news was surprising and very concerning. The holy labels which Chris has been sending to fans from jail are expressly intended to be used for drinking non-alcoholic beverages. This is a strange inversion of the Christian rite of Holy Communion, which most Christian denominations celebrate using wine, although some Protestant denominations use non-alcoholic grape juice. Chandler family and alcohol. It is interesting to note that Cole Smithy mentions that Bob and Barbara Chandler met at a bar and acted like a couple of drunken losers. The Chandlers' pre-fire family room had memorabilia from various brewing companies, including Ballantine and Bass, indicating that Chris's parents never shared his antipathy to alcohol even in their old age. Chris's family line has had a history with alcohol. Chris's maternal great-grandfather, Robert Pettis Wynn, drank heavily and had a girlfriend during the time he was married. Family stories say he failed to provide even the most basic support for his wife and children. There are also others who say he was a moonshiner. In the comics. In Sonichu, Chris refers to beer in all instances as Reeb, which is just beer spelled backwards. He probably thought this clever emojilap very clever. At first glance, this seems odd, until you realize Chris was under the impression that Sonichu was targeted towards children, despite the graphic sex scene in issue 8, and frequent depictions of violent death. And so, he feels he must censor any mention of alcohol in the comic. This is a common theme in English-translated anime shows such as Dragon Ball Z and Pokemon, particularly those aimed at a younger audience. Possessing or drinking alcohol was also one of the worst crimes to commit in Quickville, and could have led to a $1,500 fine or 10 years in prison. The fact that Chris thinks that 10 years in prison and a $1,500 fine are interchangeable is indicative of his broader attitude towards money. It is also interesting to note that this punishment is much more lenient than the Quickville penalty for homosexuality. And you thought Chris was intolerant. He always was, but moving on. Chris later said in his Rolling and Trolling video, even when Chris was transitioning and declared himself as a bisexual, lesbian, trans woman, Chris was still incredibly intolerant. In his Rolling and Trolling video, that the prohibition had since been repealed. Reeb is the drink of choice for the drunkards working at 4centgarbage.com. It should also be noted that there really is a drink called Reeb. It's a Chinese beer produced in Shanghai, though it's doubtful that Chris never knew about it. Tobacco. No smoking and want woman, two of Chris's war cries. Oh god, I know what you're thinking again. There's children in the background of all this, and he was at an event that was primarily aimed at kids, and he dresses like this. The fact that Chris is not a child molester once lost me 50 quid. I'm never going to see that 50 quid ever again. And smoking will eventually cause cancer, and you'll be most likely to get a heart attack, viruses, and your life will be cut drastically short. They don't call them death cigarettes and cigars death sticks for nothing. Other than killing you slowly, if I could, I would take every last ounce of tobacco, put them on a rocket, and shoot them up to the moon. Probably Snoop Dogg will be following that, but that's besides the point. Tobacco, called tobacco by Chris, is a recreational drug derived from nicotina plants. If Chris could, he would send every last ounce of tobacco on a rocket to the moon. One of the prerequisites for a sweetheart that Chris has never veered from is that she must be smoke-free. Given his flip-flopping regarding his hatred of alcohol, it is uncertain whether Chris has ever smoked, although he did pretend to smoke a peace pipe for Jackie. Chris on tobacco. In his famous future message video of the 24th of February 2007, Chris expressed his wish for all tobacco to be shot to the moon. In an ED edit from the 10th of November 2007, regarding a comment about Christian Western Chandler's future message, Chris said he was uncomfortable saying the word tobacco. Chris's tobacco rocket plan was elaborated on in January of 2009. I have given thought of sending the tobacco to the sun, but then the smell from all that would likely emit from the giant star and stink up our galaxy, possibly shortening the lifespan not only around the world, but the other 8 planets as well. Okay, so who's going to be the first to tell Chris, there is no life on any other planets? It's a good thing Chris averted from sending it. He would have committed genocide across 8 planets, so good for you, Chris, for changing your mind. Chris has also related a dream he once had regarding the risks posed by tobacco consumption. I was in a factory, and I watched people lying on a conveyor belt with their mouth full of cigarettes, going through burning ovens, coming out singed, not on fire. Then dunked into a huge tank of alcohol that dissolved them to dust like acid would do. Well, why not just say acid then? And their remains would come out of the factory's smokestacks in puffs of smoke and ashes. And another detail, the front of the factory is skull-shaped. This is apparently Chris's cigarette nightmare, which basically is Dr. Wily's castle for Mega Man. Whatever he was meaning by this. Chris has stated that tobacco and alcohol importation is the most severe crime in Cwikville and warrants 10 years imprisonment or a $1,500 fine. In short, importing cigarettes is worse than rape, theft, murder, or even being a homosexual in Cwikville. Ironically, one of Chris's own ancestors was a tobacco farmer, according to his death certificate. Go figure. Was this the one who was allegedly meant to be of Cherokee descent? Considering that there never was, it's just curious to hear all this out. Cannabis. Chris seemed to have an even stronger hatred for cannabis, marijuana, pot, weed, etc. Triple sud, a crack candle. I could go on. Despite it being hailed as a possible autism treatment, no, I think you're going to need something. You're going to need something a lot more than just medically disagreeable than cannabis to cure whatever the hell is going on in Chris's head. Sad but true. This is evidenced by the fact that in Cwikville, cigarette smokers are only given a $1,500 fine, but those who simply possess weed are taken to a maximum security prison, the same place Cwikville detains terrorist leaders, as well as the fate of Kathleen in the Book 10 replacement comic. Interestingly, the Jamaican war veteran Enos from the original Solitude issue 10 somehow managed to escape this sentence. Instead of being forced into a soup hotel by Ultra Sonichu, dialogue indicates it was because Sonichu believed he was actually smoking tobacco, despite him being high as a kite, unintentionally revealing that Chris may believe tobacco and cannabis to be interchangeable. The fact that wacky tobacco was used as a name for cannabis back in the 1940s and 50s, and even probably during the production of Reefer Madness, further adds weight to this theory. In true Chris hypocritical fashion, it was revealed by Kim on Facebook that in July of 2016, Chris had tried smoking cannabis at OmegaCon, and he was offered it at Impulse as well. Chris confirmed that he did try weed a couple of times in a Twitter comment. Thanks, not totally my thing, that kind of high, the couple of times aside. The fact that somebody was actually willing to offer it and that Chris was not actually buying it from a dealer is strange. Though I only suspect they only did it because they know that Chris was probably going to do something stupid. Or not. Does smoking cannabis mean you get to see, Sonichu and, Magi-chan as well? Maybe Chris should have been on that and he would have believed that the dimensional merge had been going on his entire life. Under the influence of the idea guy, Chris changed Sonichu's official birthday to the 20th of April, or 420, often celebrated as a stoner holiday. However, given the idea guy's apparent obsession with Nazis and other offensive topics, this could also be a reference to the birthday of Adolf Hitler, or the date of the 1999 Columbine High School massacre. In 2018, Chris smoked pot with the TT squad hanging out at their house to partake. Virginia legalized weed at a state level in July of 2021, making it the first southern state to do so. However, Chris spent the month hooked up on a different vice, which is still very much illegal. Way to go, Chris. Think about that. The day before Chris got arrested, he could have just literally smoked one up and he would have been okay. Well, not okay, but, well, just before, they throw away the key. Caffeine. Being an avid Coca-Cola drinker, Chris is no stranger to caffeine consumption, although he curiously denied using caffeine in the autism papers. His heavy soda consumption is likely to blame for his distorted sleep patterns. Notably, the 2014 house fire started after Chris tried to brew coffee in the bathroom early in the morning, causing a frayed extension cord to spark and set the house on fire. Which, ironically, you usually hear these sort of stories happen when somebody just lights up a cigarette and then falls asleep. Which is curious beyond words, but then again, it just sort of happened that way. Yeah. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That was the Chris and Drugs article section for the year of 2025. The more I think about it, and it will become sort of apparent as we go through the body section for Chris, is that Chris only really gives in to the fact that he might not be completely correct about his presumptions because they were likely influenced by his parents. That, you know what, how does Chris not know he won't like something unless he actually tries it? I mean, his parents should have been a bit more harder on him when he said, drinking Coke all day is bad, and that Coke isn't particularly, you shouldn't really be having it. But it didn't, this idea literally did not translate any further forward than, well, just try not to have it regularly and stuff like that. Considering, but then again, it probably might be down to, dieting and stuff like diet Pepsi and stuff like that. I don't know if that stops or reduces the risk of diabetes, but considering Chris is not a diabetic, considering his diet and considering how old he is now, it's a miracle that Chris has never had any major issues regarding what he's taken before, because you would have thought with somebody with this lifestyle and this many problems that this was going to be disastrous, but not any less disastrous than anything else that's happened in Chris's life, but that's besides the point. And with all that being said and done, I hope all of you guys enjoyed the Chris and Drugs section of the Cwiki, and I cannot wait to sort of you guys again in the next video. Take care, and bye-bye for now. and gentlemen, and well, listen, yes, what can I say? I'm a big fan of David Bowie, and I do. Yes, I almost was contemplating using the exact same thumbnail as I did from last year, but again, only because I thought it was really clever. So what can you do? Sue me. You think of trying to come up with a better pun for doing a thumbnail, then you tell me, and we'll get it that way. You turn to the left and all the rest of it. But basically, welcome all of you back to another Chris Chan Cwiki article. This talking about Chris and fashion, and the reason why I am even bothering to put on my leather jacket in the first place is because to give a sort of like a scale, or rather a bit of a representation about like my taste in fashion. Don't take my taste as like a genuine good thing to do. I mean, a Motorhead shirt and a Motorhead leather jacket hoodie combination is about as well on the nose as you can get. But what can I say? I do like my leather jackets, and I do love my Motorhead, so why not put one and one together, eh? In the case of Chris, however, I am always... This isn't really poking anything outside of the holes in his shirts more than anything, but it kind of just goes to show that whatever Chris's tastes are, they're sort of, I don't know, they're just kind of there. This is a more of a subjective sort of thing, I guess you could say, but let's get to it, shall we, because there's a lot to talk about. Oh yeah, you just love to see me, the old red, white and blue, as Chris says to Casey, thinking that Chris was actually impressing her. Speaking of impressive, or not, Chris has a somewhat peculiar taste in fashion. Although he is willing to spend thousands of dollars on video games, toys, and CEX dolls, he is very stingy when it comes to shopping for his clothes, which are usually purchased second-hand at thrift stores like the Salvation Army and Goodwill. Prior to coming out as transgender, the majority of shirts he owned were colourful collared shirts and undersigned rugby shirts, most of which were decorated with horizontal stripes which, despite being scientifically proven to have a slimming effect, have any such potential effects crushed by Chris's impressive, if albeit robust, physique. Mailbag42 revealed that at least one of these shirts, the Advice Dog, was purchased by his mother. Though his mother didn't directly dress him anymore, Chris would have been at least 28 by this point, Chris still chose to wear these shirts. The advent of Chris's transgender shift was accompanied by a change to garb that may have been more feminine, but was equally cheap and hideous. I mean, we go from Chris as a child to Chris still a child, I guess. Fashion passes for a few decades at least. Yes, quantifiably, Chris is only really determined by age insofar as, well, whatever he's wearing that day. But then again, fashion does sort of change from decade to decade and stuff like that, so you can't really be, like, that picky. I mean, I've been wearing the same sort of heavy metal and rock t-shirts for, like, the last 6 years anyway, so I'm not going to start judging Chris on taste, if that's anything to go by. In his youth, Chris set the general tone for years to come with many striped polos, t-shirts, and khaki pants. The only difference compared to adulthood is that he sometimes dared to wear single-coloured shirts with his favourite game and television characters on them. The only articles of clothing he has seen in until the summer of 2010 that didn't follow the long-sleeved colourful clown suit theme were the yellow Pokemon t-shirt and that he did own since he was 19, and a Sonic Heroes t-shirt he wore throughout 2004. They did not look particularly good on him. I wonder if actually they'll showcase the shirt itself, but it probably won't. But then again, Sonic Heroes it's low-key probably one of the best Sonic games of all time, and I will not hear anybody say otherwise. 22 years old that game will be coming this year. Doesn't it just fly? Anyway, trademark clothing, the classic. This is the original and most iconic look of Chris, or it once was. The standard until mid-2011. It is a look immortalized in his comic book self-insertion, his outfit usually consisted of his favourite shirt, a Ralph Lauren rugby stripe persuaded polo, which was so tight that it accentuated his voluptuous masculine bosom. This is the shirt that Chris almost invariably drew himself wearing in the comics. Trolls came to call it the clown shirt or the classic. It was destroyed in the 2014 fire that gutted the Chandler house, but later resurfaced for sale in 2017. When Chris listed it for a minimum price of $12,000 during the financial crisis, he had found it in a bag of damp, mouldy clothes, wet from the water the firefighters have used to extinguish the flames when his house burned 3 years prior. He washed it, and then wore it for the first time in years when he uploaded live game stream C-Log 04/19/2017, the shirt. And if you want to see what that looked like, I mean, nobody asked for it, but then again, this is Chris wearing a shirt years after Fort destroyed, and thought this probably would look...
And today we are doing our Captain's Log, so yeah, Captain's Log, stardate 04/19/2017. We have resurrected this old antique, the very same shirt that you've seen me wear in the comics, as shown between these two, at least to prove my point. But we'll get to more details about this in just a moment. But right now, because I want to make y'all wait till after I get any other remaining thoughts in my mind,
Two things. One, I love the fact that Chris actually has to tell his audience to stop so that he can actually have a moment or two to think about what to say next. I mean, I sometimes do that, but then again, you can fill in the dead space however you like. You don't need to. It's like this is less cognitive dissonance and more cognitive distance, if that makes sense. Second, I'm going to take the wild assumption that nobody in the comments are saying, "Go on, Chris, do us a favor, take off the shirt, get the rolls out for the lads." No, I could not see Chris doing that. I don't care if somebody sends over $1,000 or they say they know where Clyde Cash lives. Do not do it, Chris.
So let me think. Right, so first off, yes, as I have stated in my Facebook posts, my PayPal is in the red because the customer bought the totem, complained, and eBay refunded, and I had already spent the money on the Skylander shirts and the cards and a replacement necklace for my mother, as well as paid 2 of my bills, high bills, and our bank accounts are in the red. So, gotta make some more money. So,
I love the fact that the idea of the shirt, it didn't really have anything to do with the shirt whatsoever. It was just about, give me some more money because I've given you the shirt. Yeah, that's... I wish there was more to say apart from that, but apparently there isn't. The shirt itself was thrown out by Bob in mid-2018. Since then, Chris has worn a similar looking shirt with orange stripes instead of red, a t-shirt undershirt, typically white, his medallions sporadically, and his high school ring. A pair of distinctive glasses attached to a chain, jeans or khaki slacks. Chris's jeans typically defined his rear end to a disturbing level. He may have been wearing women's jeans, or he may have been simply wearing pants his gut outgrew. Yeah, I think I've got that covered. The belt buckle of failure. Alternatively, a green terry cloth bathrobe with a mismatched, of course, black belt on occasions when he's in the mood for recycling, or when even getting dressed, which would involve too much stress. On occasion, a dark suit jacket, perhaps for funerals or church. During the winter months, a dark blue parka with orange and yellow stripes to enhance visibility, or so that you know invisibility, that just buy a high-vis jacket by that point. It'll be far more a la mode. Starting in late 2009, a bra to keep his previously mentioned bosom in check. The IBA outfit. Oh dear God, this. In the mid-June of 2009, roughly around the time he made certain friends, Chris temporarily decided that his current look was old hat. He got rid of many of the striped shirts, mostly because he couldn't fit in them anymore, and grew a goatee. The reformed Chris's wardrobe consisted of a plain coloured t-shirt worn over a long sleeve shirt, tattoo sleeves, a black vest unbuttoned that was too small for his girth, a dog tag worn around his neck as a substitute for the medallion, a goatee, sunglasses over normal glasses, the glasses chains still remain however, and his new attire was first properly presented to the world in the Rolling and Trolling video. Soon afterward, however, he went back to sporting his traditional clown shirts and claimed that he had been pressured into making the Rolling and Trolling video. Yeah, so that sadly didn't last long. However, on the same day he shaved his beard, he drew the first picture of Colossal Chan, a character which preserved the look for all eternity. Well, thank God for that. I was getting worried. The gay trucker outfit. I mean, I would say, I would have just gone for a normal trucker this side outside of West Virginia, but there you go. After he promised to leave the internet in the spring of 2010, Chris threw away his clown shirts, ditched the medallion for several months, it returned in September, and picked up a new wardrobe in an attempt to look like a normal person. This included a denim jacket from Goodwill that he cut the sleeves off of, making it look like somewhat of a gillet, a sleeveless white shirt exposing his pale, flabby upper arms, the dog tag from his IBA outfit, and a baseball cap. The result was a modified version of the IBA outfit. It has been observed that when Chris tries to look like a bad boy, he ends up looking like the gay trucker, hence the troll's term for his new wardrobe. The only way he could have made it look gayer would have been by combining it with the muscle bra, which unfortunately he did, and in public. Going back to the medallion would have actually improved his chances of picking up gal pals, but we'll get to that in a second. With the arrival of the gay trucker outfit also came an interest in t-shirts that boldly express Chris's desire for sex. Unfortunately, often in exceedingly tasteless ways. The first clear look at these shirts was in a profoundly disturbing video leaked in late April 2010, which featured Chris wearing a parody shirt that changed the Mountain Dew logo so it read Mount and Do Me. You know, funny story about that is that a few years ago I remember coming out of a shop and then somebody literally came into it. He was about like 20, like I want to say 22 stone, stuff like that, quite short, and he had Hornhub on his shirt with the black background, the orange and everything. And people legitimately do wear that sort of thing in public. And the only thing that went through my mind right now is that, well, as just about anybody else would, it's not a good look. Similar with stuff like this. Wearing stuff like that is just not a good look. I mean, wearing it on your own and stuff like that is like, but what if your parents see stuff like that, man? That's just embarrassing. Fans hope that since this was a private video for a potential sweetheart, Chris didn't intend to dress like that outside his bedroom. He did. Chris also destroyed any hope of that being the case on the 18th of June 2010, when he wore a shirt that said, "Enjoy the V word to Fridays after 5, a public, family-orientated concert." He topped this by pulling that shirt over his head and standing around in his muscle bra on which he had written, "Want woman!" The common belief was that these were unfunny, sexually themed shirts were the next evolution of the attraction sign. Attract police attention, mate. That's the only attention you're going to be getting. A way for him to inform potential mates that he is available without ever having to talk to people, nor spend any effort in making a sign. In late August 2010, Chris returned to the internet with a series of videos in which he sported simple, loose-fitting t-shirts. The effect was interesting, bringing him closer to normality than he'd seen in many years. He was still a pale, sweaty, balding, fat, pathetically weak man-child, but in Ruckersville, that put him reasonably closer to the mainstream. A number of Chris's t-shirts appear to have been with him for a decade or more. A Manchester High shirt, a souvenir shirt from the Brickfest event in 2000, and a Pokemon Trainer shirt from the Books A Million, where Chris played card games between 98 and 2000. Either he's willing to keep shirts that have had some personal significance around for a very long time, or his pack rat tendencies prevent him from throwing any of them away. The Carlos Chanto outfit. Not much to say here apart from a single picture Chris posing as a male pro-state worker was posted on escorts.com. It is significant because it implies that Chris can dress like a normal human being if he wants to remain inconspicuous. The black shirt and sunglasses he is wearing are never seen in any later pictures. Damn. Transgender fashion sense. Early fashion. In April 2011, a series of leaked pictures showed Chris dressed in women's clothing in public. The outfit consisted of bright green nail polish, earrings, a purple glass stud, and a blue ring. Note that piercing the right ear is traditionally code for homosexuality. Guess which one Chris pierced twice. I don't really even know which ear. To be honest, just get both of them pierced by that point. I don't really know what difference it does make, but there you are. Women's sandals, blue eyeshadow, jeans, blue string top, black thong. Christ knows how they've managed to find that out. A silver ring. Note that silver rings have been used to symbolize a pledge of abstinence until marriage. I don't know, do people really still believe in that? I'm only asking because I've never done that. A red and blue sweater vest tank top with a red shirt underneath it, red lipstick, a new pair of glasses, and a new headband as seen in the Facebook pictures. Now, I know... Yes, I know, quoting from... Is that quoting from like an episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged series? Because I know where that's from or something like that. But yeah, I suppose Chris thought probably he looked good or something like that for Jackie. I know what a lot of people have also said. It just makes Chris look like Krusty the Clown on crack. But, you know, to each his own. I think Chris probably did a better job. Considering that Chris probably did this entire makeup and the entire sense himself. I don't know. I don't really think I could have pulled that off. All power to Chris then, I suppose. While not seen in the leaked images, Chris's posts in the Tomboys and Tomgirls of Virginia revealed he also donned skirts and panties as part of his new look. In September of 2011, Chris was also photographed carrying a purse. Chris was very happy with his new fashion choices, but friction with his parents made it difficult for him to wear makeup and women's clothing overtly. Sometimes he had to change after leaving the house or before returning, but he could always wear a bra and panties. Fair enough, I suppose. I mean, okay, I don't really... Late fashion. Chris continued to wear female clothing, albeit with some refinements over the course of the next couple of years. Although he has long since dispensed with the clownish polo shirts and jeans, many characteristics of his Tomgirl wardrobe are remarkably consistent with the way he dressed when he still wore men's clothing, especially in terms of color coordination and clothing size. He also remains committed to buying all of his clothes from thrift stores, giving him the appearance of a dumpy bag lady. He summarized his style in November 2014 as colored leggings, denim skirts mini to knee length, bold colored shirts and blouses. Some of the most frequent themes in his feminine fashion choices are clashing violently opposed colors, particularly red with blue or green, clothing far too small for him, dresses or skirts with very high hems, leggings to help with tucking, sports bras, big floppy church lady hats, eye makeup applied poorly and usually purple or blue in color. And a deviation from this style was seen in the video on the 26th of December 2014, otherwise known as the Don't Call Anyone incident, where Chris is shown in purple My Little Pony shades, probably as a disguise, a silver headband showing off his ever-receding hairline, his Manchester High sweatshirt short jeans matched with long purple socks, and or another pair of pants and boots, possibly Uggs. The fact that Chris wore skirts and makeup for each of his court hearings in 2015, even those to which Barb accompanied him, suggests that he consistently dresses this way in public, and that his mother has come to grudgingly accept her son's transgender attire. In 2015, Chris also started dyeing his hair blue, but predictably failed to do it properly, and ended up dyeing it an ugly seaweed colour instead. Seaweed green, I should say. Combined with his wardrobe that manages to somehow simultaneously resemble the attire of a 5-year-old girl and a 65-year-old cat lady who didn't know any better, the resulting look has been sardonically referred to by the Kiwis as Mermaid Grandma. As you do. Notable outfits. The Gopnik outfit. In December 2017, Chris appeared in a video dressed as a classic Russian Gopnik, wearing a striped black Adidas tracksuit jacket with his usual ugly skirt and cap, drinking a bottle of vodka. The full ensemble, as Chris wore for his famous appearance at MagFest in January 2018, consists of the cap jacket, often unzipped over another shirt, and a pair of matching tracksuit pants, often under a skirt. However, he often swaps out the pants and sometimes wears one element of the outfit on its own. Chris first wore the Gopnik outfit under the Idea Guy's influence, but seems to have adopted it as a mainstay of his wardrobe. In February of 2018, he introduced a new model of the Christine doll with the tracksuit stripes and logo painted on. In April of 2018, Chris drew himself in the Gopnik outfit on the cover of Sonichu issue 17. As recent as December 2023, Chris has been spotted in public wearing a pink version of the Adidas tracksuit jacket and the cap. I mean, it's less Nico Bellic and more like nicked. I don't even have a pun for that. But no, who was the other character in Grand Theft Auto 4 that also survived the old country? Not Roman Abramovich. Not Roman, it doesn't matter, but I don't even think I could have even pulled off a Gopnik, for that said, Vivolowski. The Vinyl Scratch. The Vinyl Scratch is a white tube skirt with a double hole music note. See, there it is. In 2015, Chris attended OmegaCon cosplaying as DJ Pony, nicknamed Vinyl Scratch by fans from the My Little Pony Equestria Girls franchise. The whole node resembling her cutie mark in her pony form. However, after the convention, Chris would continue to wear the skirt that came with the outfit almost daily, likely not washing it very often up until his arrest. That's quite a lot of days to wear it and, not wash it. Breathe it in. No thank you. The Breathe It In shirt is an Athletic Works Walmart brand top frequently worn by Chris beginning in mid-2018. He explained his attachment to the shirt in a tweet commentating that the message is always relative to the daily life and situations. Breathe it in. Oh boy. And by goodness did he wear this. Look at that. Headgear. Since 2017, Chris has increasingly started wearing various tiaras alongside his Sonichu medallion for his shenanigans both indoors and out of doors. Some of these were literally made with cheap tinfoil, some of these were literally overlapping each other. Whoops, didn't mean to do that, I nearly saved the thing, I just want to open the thing in a new tab. As you can see here, Chris wearing a unicorn tiara whilst Chris looks like he's having a stroke. Then you can see here Chris doing a makeshift one. Well, this isn't makeshift. This is like Chris pretending to look clever, as Chris is always want to do. Chris like wearing it overlapping stuff while Chris is waiting to hear a message from Region 10, whilst this poor woman has just had her head cut off in the background. Then you also have, well, one of the more recent ones where literally Chris just wears dangling bounds of crap literally on it, and Yeah, this is when Chris was literally just dangling stuff around his neck. It was always going to ruin it. I know his posture was not great, but it was going to make it worse. As just dangling junk from your body is just going to like weigh you down that much. Rings. Apparently it's incompleted, but how much can there really be? Chris has worn rings a part of his outfit before. Initially he started with his amethyst ring, which Chris got as a souvenir at Manchester High School. He would later expand to wearing another ring after becoming a tomgirl. He then began wearing 3 more later on, with 2 of them being his parents' wedding rings repurposed for his polyamorous marriage. Wait a minute. Hang on, let me read that again. He then began wearing 3 more later on, with 2 of them being his parents'. Why is Chris wearing his parents' wedding rings? What? Chris was wearing his parents' wedding rings. Am I missing something, or was that like really, really creepy? No, it is really creepy. What am I talking about? I can't quite believe that. The WCT. Is there anything from your parents that you cherish the most? Their wedding rings, for one thing, and now they're a link between I and Magi-chan and Krizzle, both of which are white gold. The silverish ring on the middle finger is with Sylvana, and the Nathan Drake replica ring is with Mewtwo. Okay. Chris on fashion. In November 2016, Chris posted a commentary on women's fashion. Here we go. In it, Chris implored women to wear skirts with leggings instead of pants, saying to view it from a pervert's perception. What a fantastic start, eh? They eye downward and have good view of the in-between, as well as easier access to picture it in their imaginations from there, with a dress or skirt concealing the area. It is actually more difficult for the perv, and thus more difficult to picture and imagine what is or isn't at the groin area. I don't know why you would say something like that, or why you... Oh dear. Considering that nobody took Chris upon this advice, I'm going to assume that we all know it's because Chris is the real pervert, biggest pervert of them all. And that's no real exaggeration, it's just how it comes to be, especially if you've had any dealings or know Chris this well. Moving on. He also requested men to consider wearing kilts, stressing to wear pants underneath, saying, "Nobody is impressed with that bulge. Moreover, it is absolutely offensive." Well, it's a good... Don't worry, Chris, trust me, nobody, and I mean nobody, is going to be pointing their bulges at Chris anytime soon. That's just not happening. Which indicates that Chris has shifted from obsessing over men's chests to obsessing over their crotches. Yeah, even when you put it like that, it still doesn't make it sound any less weird. Theory of fashion. The clothes that Christian chooses seem almost like a costume for him, especially his infamous striped shirt. Given that he is autistic, observers speculate that he may have difficulty with identifying things visually, including himself. In Sonichu issue 7, he alluded to having to take time to study his appearance in a mirror, possibly wearing the shirt in question. Chris seems to regard clothing and colour as an integral part of people's identities. During the events of the Liquid saga, Chris took a special interest in Liquid's choice of a brown striped shirt, referring to Liquid as a brown striped imposter, and fixating on Liquid's shirt as a symbol of his inauthenticity, despite the fact that Chris owned several brown shirts himself. Chris also believed that police officers wearing brown or beige uniforms weren't authentic, and that true police officers only wear blue and black. He referred to the man he pepper sprayed as a yellow-shirted foe, and let's not forget that the macing was inspired by Sega changing Sonic's arms from tan to blue. Like many of his lifestyle changes that occurred during the Tomgirl saga, Chris's unceremonious abandonment of his classic shirts came as a surprise to trolls who had spent years speculating on Chris's clothing as a symbol of his identity, and his usual resistance to change as a symptom of his autism. However, even in retrospect, Chris seems to hold the clothes he used to wear in very high regard as a symbol of his identity and legacy, as shown when he listed the classic on eBay for a whopping $1,200. Writing after the event, well, 12,000 I should say, after the end of the auction, Chris felt the need to commemorate the occasion with some words. Yes, the shirt's auction has ended high, but I am still awaiting payment from the mother of one of the fans, who, unless remains anonymous, will have her name go down in history for not only restoring a very iconic artifact, but also improves this artist's family's life. After the restoration and disinfection of the shirt, her most grateful son will be proud of her for having gone down in history for restoring the Fire Survivor iconic shirt of Solitude and Roachew's creator. It's almost poetry. No, not really. It's less art, more like fart. Thank you, Mrs. Chris on why history books should remember the momentous occasion wherein some dumbass bought a mouldy piece of cloth from another dumbass. Not only is this statement extremely egotistical, even by Chris's standards, but it also betrays the fact that Chris continues to treat a shirt that he let rot in a plastic bag for 2 whole years with an undue amount of gravitas. It seems that Chris views the clothing he has worn over the course of his life, much like the various names he has had, as an important symbol of his identity, as it has twisted and changed. Because autistics are known to place extreme importance on inanimate objects, this can be seen as standard autistic behavior. Or just ridiculous meddling drivel by Chris's standards. Removing his egotism aside. Not easy to do, but there you are. Classic wardrobe. And as you can see here, this is just the things that we've seen from the classic era. The advice dog, which is just as clownish and as Mickey Mouse as it gets. Imposter, the Napoleon, racing stripe. A lot of stripes you kind of come to notice with these sorts of things. And even a rainbow one. And then, of course, there comes to the pants. The more things that Chris has done since 2011 include the deal maker. Ew. Then everything in, and then of course, yes, this one just about sums it up. The new age funk and a replica of the track, and this is just accessories, and it looks a little bit out there. Other aspects of his fashion sense. Custom painted shoes. Chris wears shoes that he sloppily spray paints blue and yellow. He demonstrated his technique in shoe colouring. They would later be sold to Jacob Sockness on the 12th of March 2019. Chris basically just bought a $40 pair of shoes and just basically turned them into 40 cents shoes. And this is what, in May 2020, after being sold to Jacob Sockness. Chris didn't even think to respray them. Chris apparently also had a wrist warmer, a fanny pack, and Chris even tried to pseudo-do cosplaying or stuff like that. Yeah, so I think that's just about everything we've had to cover, and what I find really weird, endearing, is that, well, a lot of Chris's purchases in order to make himself look good seem to be almost at no expense. There's never mind no expense, there's no expense whatsoever, because he doesn't spend. If it wasn't already worn, he probably didn't wear it. You could say, again, it's just a symptom of Chris's state of being and his reduced income, is the fact that it would have been hard for Chris to afford any new clothing at all. For example, Chris doesn't really own a suit, to say the least. But Well, again, that's just part of the consequence, of not actually having a proper job for so many years. But I think I've been through that song and dance before. Meanwhile, yeah, just honestly, it's not a good look. But then again, we've already been there when it comes to like Chris getting a job and stuff like that, so it seems a little bit old hat to say that. But you'll be hearing it a lot more in the next coming days or something like that, I imagine. So, with all that being said and done, I hope all of you guys enjoy this reading of Chris and fashion, or his sort of taste in fashion, and I cannot wait to see all of you guys again in the next video. Beep beep. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and I welcome all of you back to another Chris Chan Cwiki article of 2005. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to slightly one of the more contentious sort of debates when it comes to Chris, and something that, despite my rationale, despite my explanation as to why in the past I've referred to Chris in certain instances with female pronouns, and well, at least I can rest easy knowing that it doesn't really matter what I say. People are going to be mad and will still act as though they didn't know what I was trying to get across. Anyway, the point is that, fine, if people were going to whine about it, then fine, I'll just call Chris male pronouns. Because here's the thing, and maybe this will be a bit more of a prevalent thing when we come to sex or when it comes to transgenderism, but personally, I'm not really that interested either way. It's not something that's going to affect me, and I know that other people who've been asked about this before, it's not that they don't consider Chris being a part of them, it's also that they don't really want Chris to be like associated with them because of Chris's narcissistic and perverted tendencies. So a lot of that is just going to come down to how people see Chris as a person. But, and I know again, I've been a part of the whole conversation about the only reason why Chris did this, that, and the other was because for you know what. But whether or not that might be a debate we might want to have, and boy, is that going to be a controversial debate and a half. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to gender. According to Chris, when I feel like totally grossed out with even the image of a duck, and recalling and focusing on a flower image in my mind usually works. Apparently, Chris was so grossed out by male genitalia that the only thing that Chris could do was to focus on... Like, I don't know about you guys, but that seems a little counterintuitive, because are you really, like... Why on earth would you even need to think about one in the first place? If Chris is like... Well, actually, I'm not... I feel like any attempts at that is gonna like be thrown out the window when you consider that. No, you know what? Let's talk about it anyway. Why would Chris like totally grossed out with even an image? Well, why would you be thinking about that is a very good question that I don't really think Chris is ever going to answer. But it also kind of, maybe this is again more of a dysfunctional sort of thing in regards to Chris, or maybe this is sort of a thing with people who are sort of obsessed with the old sex. Is that, well, is that what like, even I don't really know what I'm also meant to say about this. So is this like very specific, like when Chris is having alone time when, you know, his duck was still semi operational? You know what, I'm asking way too many questions, let's just move on. Similar to the topic of faith and the topic of morality, Chris's actual beliefs on gender and how it is classified are far more complex than his stated beliefs. For someone so preoccupied with gender identity, Chris displays a staggering ignorance of how either gender typically behaves, and his views of both genders are extremely warped due to him taking the stereotypes he is presented with in television and music at face value. That's entirely true, by the way. One thing you're going to like be hearing of quite a lot when it comes to Chris is when we come to like religion as well as gender and sex, is that Chris at no point he seems to come up with ideas, but they're not really based on any real world logic. He comes up with ideas that seem to only ever really apply to himself, and therefore he can apply them to other people. And it takes a very special kind of person, maybe from the likes of Chris, to just straight up like make up logic, something that doesn't make sense and something that doesn't really have a following, because Chris will, whether it's the dimensional merge, and Chris will just change the rules at a whim, so the continuity of where his beliefs began and where they end are rather convoluted, even before somebody gave Chris the idea to label Earth as Dimension 1218. And, well, it's again, for many other reasons, it's why it's so difficult to, like, buy into Chris's nonsense, because even people who try to come up with their own, like, quirky little ideas about how they view things like sociology or the law, usually it does have to follow some sort of logic. There has to be a logic to which people can understand, people can get behind, and the only way Chris's stated beliefs on gender and morality is that the only reason why they have any semblance of logic to them at all is because Chris has semi-observed and followed them all throughout his life. Not always, and some of his, well, that's, again, a subject for another day, but let's get going, shall we? Females. Chris repeatedly asserts his reverence of women, and seems to have a comparatively glowing opinion of them, stating that he finds women empathetic. But as stated at the beginning of the article, the truth is more complicated. While Chris has always preferred female friends, and is known to be far more accommodating of lesbians than gay men, even going so far as to identify as one himself, in truth, Chris has a distinctly sexist view of women. Based on his failed attempts at getting girls at the mall, Chris views females as hypersexualized, preoccupied with shopping, given to conversing with others for hours, and fixated on getting married and having children. This is highly evident in his female characters in Solitude. As a matter of fact, in Solitude issue 9, he referred to women as another species. This seems to be hyperbole, but considering Chris's abysmal knowledge of the sciences, and do you think even ironically Chris would revert to hyperbole? It is difficult to be sure. His Rosechew character, who is a living embodiment of how Chris believes all women behave, has a personality, which consists solely of the traits listed above, which is considered ironic as Chris constantly tries to show Rosechew with a passion for women's rights. Despite trying to portray them as being equal in power to their male counterparts, Chris rarely depicts Rosechews fighting, more often simply leaving them on the sidelines of a battle to wail like damsels in distress. Even when their boyfriends are in mortal danger, even outside of battle, they tend to be a little more than organic sex toys for the Sonichews. I mean, yeah, I wish there was any other way of putting it than that, but sadly there kind of isn't. Males, or jerks as they're more commonly referred to as in Chris's world. Chris has harboured a deep hatred for men ever since his teenage years, because he was bullied in grade school, largely because of his bloated ego, making him extremely annoying to be around. Not to mention the fact that Chris is known to fly into fits of jealous rage whenever he sees a man more successful than him, especially if that man is getting some and he isn't. This gradually blossomed into a general distaste for masculine traits, such as body hair. Indeed, in his nudes, it is apparent that he is surprisingly meticulous in shaving his body hair, certainly compared to other aspects of grooming. He has also stated, as shown in this video, a disgust for topless men, and encourages men to wear muscle bras. And I suppose for what it's worth, I mean, I can't keep this article going long for Toffee anyway, and, well, let's just take a look. Let's take a look anyway.
Good day. I'm here today on this pleasant day in April 2010 to discuss autism, as it is Autism Awareness Month. What is autism? Autism is a disorder of neural development characterized by impaired social interaction and communication, and by restricted and repetitive behavior. These signs all begin before a child is 3 years old. Autism affects most children with autism seem to have tremendous difficulty learning to engage in the give and take of everyday human life. It's a form of a persistent, intense preoccupation. These strong interests may be unusual because of their content or because of the intensity of the interest. Treatment for autism is very intensive, comprehensive undertaking that involves the child's entire family and a team of professionals. Some programs may take place in the child's home with professionals and trained therapists, and may include parental training for the child under supervision of a professional. Some programs are delivered in a specialized center, classrooms, or preschool. But as for me though, I highly recommend mainstreaming. Let them go through normal life. I mean, yeah, give them a special treatment while they're young, but when you get them in elementary or middle school or high school, mainstream is the way to go. Make sure you find yourself a good social teacher to teach them how to cope. And as you may have noticed, I am standing here today topless, as you might say. I do this in defense and in protest because every time I see a male individual who runs around or exercises shirtless, it is very offensive to me, and I do not appreciate that. And I'm sure it was offensive to a lot of other people as well. As a matter of fact, if I could, I would say that I would make a law that would require all male individuals to wear a sports bra while they are out exercising or working if they insist on being shirtless. Come on, dudes, get with the program. Nobody wants to see these nips, and things are better left to mystery.
Considering that, well, first of all, that among many other things I just want to state right now is that, if Joey Swole was here right now, he would literally make a statement saying, it's not Chris's place to start telling people what is right and what is wrong when you start lecturing people about things like autism. Just because that happened to you, it doesn't mean to say it's the right choice for every person on Earth. By the way, in case follow Joey Swole. By the way, he's actually very, very helpful for people who suffer from gender dysphoria and gives a lot of really good advice for people who, especially if you want to just, like, he stands up for like a lot of overweight people who go to the gym who just try to lose a little bit of weight. He's a very exceptional man. Also, in the case about autism, if the idea of like masculinity is an offensive, well, no, it's more about like the idea of like actual physical embodiment. If that sort of thing is offensive to Chris, then one, where exactly is Chris going where he's going to be seeing topless men anyway? We know fine well Chris doesn't exercise, so where is it? Just like around his neighborhood? Is that what he's talking about? But again, maybe we'll have to like cover a bit more of an extensive idea when it comes to Chris's ideas of masculinity. Now, it is possible that maybe Chris doesn't... maybe that's not important, but it is also worth noticing that if Chris really did want to like push the idea of like, you know, of bras for men, then the question I want to ask is that has Chris never really worked out why his it would have been quite useless to explain to Chris why nobody's going to take his stance on brazier seriously. For no one could really... I don't think Chris can possibly understand that taking the advice of a 28-year-old man, unemployed or otherwise, who basically over-sexualizes women at the expense of saying to men to wear bras, is not exactly good for support, to say the least. He even made a now outdated shortlist of men he doesn't consider jerks, which included himself, his father, and Santa Claus. Chris's misandry continued after identifying as a tomgirl. He has variously referred to men in general as barbarians and Neanderthals, which, coming from him, are rather ironic accusations for a number of reasons. Chris has since relaxed his former misandric attitude and no longer takes issues with the company of men. Whether you want to say it's because being misogynistic or misandry, either one of those two is bad enough, but I think it sort of occurred to Chris that maybe he should just calm down on whatever he was trying to prove. I don't really feel that, again, the sort of life that Chris has had, maybe some level of resentment is built, but a lot of Chris's resentment towards men is sort of irrational and a little bit uncalled for. Cross-dressing, and gender dysphoria. It has been speculated for a long time that Chris has gender issues, confirmed in 2016 when he was diagnosed with gender identity disorder. In 2005, he created Crystal Weston Chandler, a female version of himself. In Christian Weston Chandler's future message, he mentioned that you should try out the opposite gender's toys while keeping your original gender in mind, possibly indicating that he may be in denial about transgenderism long before becoming a tomgirl. He also wondered what he would be like if he were born a female. Chris spent many years struggling to articulate his position on transgender topics. Prior to his own exploration of transgenderism, he confessed that he was uncomfortable with the idea of transgender people, and he made clear that he was not sexually attracted to them. That's, you know what, first of all, and you know what, I was going to save this towards the end, but it's the... First of all, it's actually quite disgusting when you think about it that the only sort of people Chris really claims to be attracted to is that he has to be like physically attracted to them. Now, of course, this is in all cases because, well, you know, men, for example, and considering that Chris doesn't consider, you know, his own father a jerk, and thank God he's not attracted to his father either, because literally the thought of it literally is making me it makes me want to be very violently sick at this moment. But I'm gonna level with you guys. About 8 years ago, true story, I honestly thought I had issues with dysphoria as well. I actually, for like at least 2 or 3 weeks, I had very legitimate causes for thinking that maybe I wanted to be a girl as well. You want to know why I kind of just sort of let the idea go by, and I'll get to it very, very quickly. Is that I wasn't in a very good place about 8 years ago. It was an extremely difficult period of my life because I'd just about come to the end of my first year of university. I was really like not doing well at uni, and there was just too many things that were just sort of like everything was colliding at once, and I felt that it was an extremely stressful period, and I was under the bizarre assumption that trying to be female, or at least trying to be of the fairer sex, was what it was going to take. At least I could feel comfortable in my own skin. But that's... Now here's the thing I need you guys to understand, is that this might have been what I thought, but this is not the case for everyone's heart doesn't beat the same, if that makes sense. So don't take my experiences about this with as genuine advice about why if you feel uncomfortable in your own skin you shouldn't. But then again, it was also among many other things that happened during this time is that I didn't really think anybody took my issues with dysphoria or my issues with stress seriously, because nobody cared. But you know what? That was that. If I really wanted to like press the issue harder, I would have demanded people to listen to me, but you know what? I just kind of let it go by, and you know what? It was not going to solve my problems. It could have probably brought a lot more problems into my life, but you know what? That was just how it was, and I've literally not thought about it since. But it's when Chris mentioned stuff like, you know, he was not being sexually attracted to them. I know probably that might be more hyperbole on maybe the point of the Cwiki, but imagine what it would be like if literally the very first thought that came into Chris's mind when it came to people who are transgender is it, are they transgender? Yes, no. Am I physically attracted to them? Yes. I hate the fact that that's what it feels like it comes to, like a chart of qualifications you have to be, kind of like a very physical and mental attraction sign, list of demands. I'm gonna call the requirement, not requirements but demands, because they read more as demands from Chris's point of view. Anyway, where was I? I have given thought about the transgenders and transvestites. I do not feel comfortable with them. Ducks are ducks, and I do not care about them, except for my own. Wow, what a dick. He wrote in a January 2009 chat. He later reiterated, I do not care much for transgender people or hermaphrodites, but I do not discriminate them as individual people. I've never really entertained the idea that Chris follows any sort of logic whatsoever, but that really doesn't make any sense. I do not care much for transgender people or hermaphrodites, but I do not discriminate them as individual people, even though I don't care about them. The only... It could have worked if Chris could have said that he was completely and utterly neutral towards them. Like, I don't really have an opinion about them, and I'm not too sure if they even have an opinion about me, so I can't really have an opinion about people I don't know, and that's kind of how it is. Anyone would have... Literally, that's what I would have said if I was Chris in that situation. But then again, wishing to be Chris in any circumstance or in any context is, well, a recipe for disaster. Responding to a troll impersonating the transgender actress Bailey J., Chris wrote, I can relate to how you feel. Sometimes I wonder what my life would be like if I was born female instead, because of some of my emotional, caring, self-conscious thoughts I had in my lifetime. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Chris is under... you know what? Okay. Another very... I thought this was going to be relatively short, but no, it wasn't. But, tell me if you guys, if you've ever seen it's not really an anime, but it's... How many of you guys have ever seen the TV show High Guardian Spice? I wouldn't recommend that show, but I watched it anyway because I was really curious about its infamy, and, well, a lot of its dialogue revolves around, well, a lot of misandry. And Chris this literally, it sounds like a character straight out of High Guardian Spice. I'm glad, you know what, for what it was worth, I'm glad I watched that show, but in retrospect, I would have been far better off not knowing about it. It existed, because of some of the BS it tries to come out with and tries to play it straight. In 2014, Chris came out as a lesbian-identified male before identifying as a trans woman. After transitioning, Chris adopted the name Christine to accompany his new gender identity, along with the corresponding personal pronouns. In 2019, Chris updated his Twitter to reaffirm his gender pronouns. Also, I am female. Please address and talk about me with the correct pronouns, she/her/hers. Thank you, smiling face emoji. As of the 28th of September 2020, Chris's Twitter includes a pinned tweet reiterating that he is female and uses she/her/hers pronouns. His Twitter biography also refers to himself as Mrs. Christine W. Chandler Sonichu and continues to emphasize the use of she/her/hers pronouns. I haven't checked whether or not Chris does the same thing on Blue Sky, because Chris doesn't use Twitter anymore. But not that it's required reading or anything like that. But then again, anyone who also refers to themselves as CPU Jesus Christ Chan is a little bit concerning, to say the least. Non-binary genders. I really did not know how many genders there are, but I am not, and do not judge. Have a good day. Given how complicated of a topic gender is to tackle, especially today, well, I kind of reaffirm that. If you do legitimately want to learn about gender identities and the massive spectrum about genders, then you're more than free to do so. It's just go into it with an open mind, and they're not asking you to believe in any of it. They're not asking you to say you need to accept it as gospel, but some people do believe in that, and if nothing else, it gives you a bit more insight into the world. And call it what you will, ladies and gentlemen, it's just, how do you know you won't like something unless you try it out? Just, just be mindful and stuff like that, I suppose. People will tend to argue about what classifies as a gender, and therefore, some people might argue that there exists more than two. In Chris's case, believing everything he sees without giving it a second thought. Well, then, remember what I was saying before about open minds? Chris is a little bit too... It's a bit like he opens the door and then will slam it shut again. That's kind of how Chris's attentiveness works, it would seem. Also concluded that there really are more than two genders, simply looking at a Facebook post about how Facebook is allowing their users to identify themselves as 58 different genders on September 17th, 2016, taking it to mean that there are in fact 58 genders. The next month, Chris is interviewed on the same topic by... Was it Ramspieler? No, it wasn't Ramspieler. Who? Bravery Jerk. That was who interviewed Chris. He asks how many there are, and he basically says there's 58. That's pretty... I'd say that, to be honest, that's just about that. Okay, and well, there we are, ladies and gentlemen. That actually took a little bit longer than I thought, but I'm kind of glad we did this, because shut up. But okay, but okay, in all seriousness, the thing I kind of like really got out of this is the fact that really Chris's opinions about gender have sort of just mellowed out. Like, I don't really know what Chris believes about them now, but I think nowadays Chris is a little bit more preoccupied in LARPing as Jesus Christ than actually, trying to tell people about it. If anything, we should just count this as the best sort of outcome, that Chris is saying that this is how he sees them, and how any of these are at all relevant if they only play into Chris's way of life and how Chris views the world. And there's a bit of almost of a neutrality to it all, really, which isn't necessarily the most interesting way to end this article, but I suppose it's one thing to say that, well, don't take Chris's opinions about gender that seriously, because, well, Chris doesn't exactly have the highest opinions about people outside of himself, but we'll cover that when we talk about his ego. But with all that being said and done, I hope all of you guys learned something from this, and I cannot wait to see all of you guys again in the next video. So take care, and bye-bye for now. So, ladies and gentlemen, here's a little bit of interesting stuff to know. We are now into the 4th week of 2025. By the time you're seeing this, since I'm recording this, we're not even a whole week into this year yet. And, well, I make mention of this because there is always a tendency whenever you know, the new year rolls around and people make resolutions and then people lie about them and then people say, I'm going to do it, and then they literally cop out like mid-sentence. But then you get things like Chris, where if there was one thing that I suppose anyone who wanted to make a half good attempt at trying to do a resolution is usually trying to be healthier. That is almost always the sort of the go-to resolution, because being healthier is kind of, well, a bit of a self-explanatory sort of thing. It doesn't really require anything else beyond just deciding, you know what, you're going to change your ways, you're going to change your habits. But then again, in relation to Chris, again, the list of Chris's ailments, physical, mental, or otherwise, are numerous, nuanced, revolutionary, and completely boggling to the imagination. So let's talk about them, eh? Watch us wreck the mic, watch us wreck the mic, watch us wreck the mic. Psych. Also, health disclosure. This article contains in-depth discussion of Chris's physical and or mental health. This page is not to be construed as a substitute for medical advice or a professional diagnosis. All diagnoses are either taken from outside documentation or based on amateur analysis. Chris's ironic advice for Ivan Drago: eat less cow meat. Grilled chicken is healthier. Vegetables and fruit are a must. Walking or jogging is great exercise daily. Standing helps too. Play some Guitar Hero on guitar. You have to stand while playing and move a bit for fun and movement. Well, it's good to know that was advice. I thought Chris was applying for the role of a personal trainer. Thank goodness that's not the case, but, well, here we go. Hiya. Chris, as even those who with a cursory knowledge of medicine, can plainly see that he is not in good health, physically or mentally. Considering his obesity, lack of exercise, poor nutrition, refusal to bathe, and the grave uncleanliness of his surroundings, he has an extremely high chance of developing potentially life-threatening medical problems such as cancer, type 2 diabetes, heart failure, osteoarthritis, and a possible premature death. And before anybody says, well, Chris, who's to say Chris wouldn't get a girlfriend by this time tomorrow? What are the chances of Chris bumping into somebody who likes obese men, likes men with poor hygiene, likes them with no real form of nutrition, who likes men who also refuses to bathe, who likes to live in absolute squalor and has a potential for a very premature death? Also, isn't it ironic that Asmongold also lives in very unkempt surroundings, and yet, well, if anything, he seems to have sturdied himself more with time. Well, then again, his surroundings aren't quite what they used to be, but that's just how that is. So I'll say this for Chris, at least they never had a rat problem in 14 Branch Lane Court. So that's something. Diet and nutrition. Why did I say it like that? Put simply, Chris is a faddy. He is a big lad. He is a very, very big boy. He was massive. Well, for a boy, he was massive. And I know it's too late. I already called him fat. I do apologize. And I'll probably say, I'll keep it short. Oh, mama, you're fat. I'm sorry, guy. I'm sorry to have brought that up. You know what? Contrary to everything I've said and everything we know about Chris, I'm sure there is a beautiful person inside. There's a few of them. Unfortunately, he continues to deny this fact, and often lies that he cooks for himself often. Chris's diet actually consists largely of fast food from McDonald's, which is admittedly not unlike the diet of many Americans. True. It shouldn't be, but it's true because, well, the only reasons why it's consistently of McDonald's is because Wendy's, Taco Bell, KFC, Sonic's, Wendy's, Denny's, all of those things aren't open at 24/7 o'clock. He claims to usually only eat fast food salads, but the caloric content of these salads often exceeds fast food burgers after adding the sauce that comes with them. His diet contributes in large part to many of his health issues, as well as his financial problems. After spending 3 months in Western State Hospital, his mugshot upon returning to jail on the 3rd of May 2022 revealed him to have lost a significant amount of weight. This is likely due to Chris being completely unable to beg for money to spend on junk food. However, since his release from jail in 2023, he has quickly ballooned back to his former obesity. What a waste, huh? Hydration and water consumption. Up until 2020, Chris's water consumption was incredibly low, and his primary fluid consumption consisted mainly of carbonated drinks, as revealed by Chris having 8,000 MyCoke rewards points. For reference, buying and redeeming a 36 can pack of Coke is only equivalent to 25 points. So, if I pull my calculator out just for the moment, 36. Okay, so let's. Oh God, okay, so 8,000 divided by 25. That means Chris would need to buy 320 36 can packs of Coke to get at least to 8,000 points. God damn. This data point gives Christorians a metric in determining the amount of soda that Chris has actually consumed. In fact, it is estimated that between the 6th of March 2007 and the 4th of September 2009, Chris drank around 2,500 bottles of Coca-Cola. Now, here's the thing as well. Bottles or cans? Do you think that makes a difference? But no, it probably shouldn't, because good God Almighty, how Chris did not lose both of his legs to diabetes, I will never know. And for reference, I'm drinking Rainbow Super Smoothie. Yeah. All of that. Ironically, I've literally not touched Coke since this year began, which... small steps, I suppose. Chris's heavy consumption of carbonated beverages is also illustrated in a video in 2009, wherein Chris creates his infamous Sea and Men flavoured Fanta at the request of Ivy. Chris believed that in consuming his own reproductive fluids, he could recycle his semen and protect his fertility. That's not how that works, by the way. I know, again, you don't need me to tell you this, but that's not how that works, as he likely thought men were subject to the female factoid of being born with all the eggs they'll ever have. This belief, backwards, no doubt, is in this concept alone gives Christorians great insight into Chris's incorrect view of not only biology, but how consumption of food and beverage works in the human body. Contrary to his previous practices, it seems that after 2020, Chris's water consumption has increased, as he has often been seen with a Glacier water bottle. However, as early as January of 2018, Chris expressed a favouring of water. Inside said bottle is an amethyst crystal, which Chris believes heals him and recharges his powers, as he believes the powers from the crystal are transferred into the water. This may be derived from the ancient Greeks, who believed that amethyst could protect its own owner from drunkenness, and drinking vessels made from it would prevent intoxication. Clearly, literally, clearly half of all famous Greek philosophers must have been drunks then. Just laying around listening to jazz. Exercise. While my body is strong and powerful, lies, I am unable to run fast without losing breath 10 seconds in sonic running speed. Whatever the hell that means. Chris has not had any regular exercise since leaving high school, and the lack of physical activity has contributed to his already ballooning shape. Since he barely leaves his house and focuses his time on playing video, his lack of exposure to the sunlight has left his skin a frightening paler that starkier contrast to the dark background of his room while making his video. Then again, you would have thought that that would have been an early sign of Chris developing rickets, but no, I think Chris would have to at least leave the house at least once a day or something like that. To develop rickets, you would not have to have seen natural light for at least 2 months, something like that. Then also Chris would have probably have been at risk of developing nystagmus if they had no light whatsoever. Also, most fat people have strong, stocky legs due to carrying around all that weight. But since Chris rarely performs any task more physically demanding than standing up, his muscles have withered away, leaving a body made almost entirely out of fat, as evidenced by his incredibly thin and weak arms that are incapable of breaking wooden sticks and barely capable of tearing cardboard. When questioned about exercise, he regarded standing up and playing Guitar Hero as exercise. Needless to say, Chris is clearly delusional. Chris never seemed to show interest in actual exergaming titles, such as Dance Dance Revolution or Wii Fit. In Chris's Parappa the Rapper contest entry, where he foolishly chose to dance, he seemed to get very tired very easily from dancing for a mere 30 seconds, and even stopped recording to take a break. Evidenced by the abrupt change of position. While attending Fridays After 5 for a while, he danced in public like a stroke victim, and then sat down to rest and play some video games outdoors. Despite this, he is capable of dancing in place for over 7 minutes in Welcome to Bollywood. Whether or not he did this with the magic of jump cuts remains to be seen. During the latter stages of his infatuation with Casey, many of Chris's videos showed a growing obsession with his own physical power. Chris apparently believes himself to be a nigh unstoppable testament to human might, and has made several videos dedicated to flexing and feats of strength, performing Herculean tasks such as lifting boxes of Minute Maid lemonade and almost doing fake push-ups. He appears to believe that he could have defeated both his rivals Greg Mays and Liquid Chris, should either party ever come to blows, and as such had challenged them to fisticuffs multiple times. Of course, Chris is once again completely delusional about his own abilities. The push-ups and curls he has struggled to do on camera only serve to demonstrate exactly how hopelessly out of shape he really is. He's so fat and his muscles are so small that it's never clear whether he's actually flexing, and the fighting moves he's shown are laughably incompetent. Where Chris, to get his wish and physically confront Greg or Liquid, he would definitely have his ass handed to him. In the Father Call and the subsequent Casey and Liquid Call, Chris made various claims about having taken up jogging. At one point he claimed to jog 5 miles or 8 kilometers a day, but it didn't take long for Casey and her father to call him out on this obvious lie. The truth is clearly shown in Solitude's Edge, where Chris runs only a fraction of a mile and had to take 6 breaks to catch his breath, whereas a person in decent health would take a few seconds to jog the same distance without having to stop as often as Chris did. Chris's downright pathetic musculature may at least particularly stem from hypotonia, or lack of muscle tone, which can occur in people on the autism spectrum, although it is clear that his poor lifestyle has only exacerbated this. Bicycling. Chris has owned several bicycles over the course of his life, but it is unknown if he ever rode any of them regularly. The most recent one was lost in a hoard sometime before 2010. Chris has made the occasional reference to biking over the years. In Casey Call 18, he claims to have a scar above his left breast from a bicycle accident he had when he was about 5 to 7 years old. Also, Chris received a bike as a Christmas present in 1995. In his OK Cupid answers, Chris claims that he always wears a helmet when he rides a bike. Sensible. I'll give Chris credit for that one. That's actually a very safe one to have. I'll give him credit for that. In Jackie Chat 6, Jackie asked Chris to make a video of himself riding his bike. Chris claims that the bike is buried among junk and that he can no longer access it. What a wimp. The idea guys were here. Anytime Fitness. Okay, here we go. The idea guys manipulated Chris into getting a membership at an Anytime Fitness gym. In April 2018, Chris uploaded 100, a video of him working out in his bedroom with actual dumbbells of 20 pounds each, instead of lemonade boxes. He followed up by taking a selfie at an Anytime gym of him on a treadmill, speed walking to the speed of 4 miles for 2 hours. Hardly Usain Bolt. A couple of weeks after the treadmill update, Chris was cocky enough about his new lifestyle change to use a put down of telling other people they could stand to go to the gym to lose some weight. You are now blocked. Before continuing to insult me whenever possible, you should consider going to the gym yourself, as I feel you could stand to lose some weight. On the 7th of May, Chris lamented the fact that Weens had been calling up the gym to harass management about him. You jerks and trolls ruin everything. I can't even go to the gym without you harassing the gym I go to. Later, Emily shared information that Chris had been banned. Chris was legitimately getting complaints from fellow gym goers regarding being gassy and burping a whole lot, so he already had a strike against him for that. Then coupled with people calling them inevitably got him banned. By that point, just go to a different gym and don't let people know about it. That's what I suggest you do. In the Kopitz interview, Chris claimed that he had only been banned from the Ruckersville location and was still regularly going to another undisclosed location in the Charlottesville area. See? That's take my own advice. Perfect. However, knowing Chris, it is likely that this is a lie and he most likely stopped going altogether since the idea guys were removed from power. However, if he did actually continue to go to the gym, it is unlikely he could keep it a secret for very long. True. Sad, but true. Walking for exercise. Yes, the nature today is beautiful, and it was great temperature for a 4+ mile walk up to the Monticello Trail. Smiley face emoji, lightning heart, lightning. The exercise habit from the idea guys stuck with Chris temporarily, as he continued to go on walks, as seen in Walking to the Post Office, and him mentioning that he goes on nature walks with his support group. I'd say support group. I think Chris would need all the support he can get. Oh, and by the way, if you for Chris singing it for another second, basically the the whole video went on to say that Chris was just walking to the post office, saying he was going to post some. So he said everyone could enjoy the view as well. Spoiled children. Chris really did just add spoiled children at the end of it. Accompanied by Chris again singing with the old nails on a chalkboard sound effect. Anyway. However, in 2018, Chris tried to sell... Anyway, sorry, what was it? In December 2018, he purchased a treadmill and filmed himself using it. For the first time in a long time, it would have seemed that Chris had started to pay at least some attention to one facet of his health. However, only a few months later, it appears that he has left his treadmill to rust. In 2018, Chris tried to sell a Fitbit activity tracker. However, no one bought it, and he kept using it. He did 23,000 steps on a walk to the post office and back. In January of 2019, he released his Fitbit info to the Brony Babes group. Eventually, though, Chris gave up on walking, mostly using the Fitbit to monitor his sleep. What a waste. Brony Babes. Chris began 2019 by participating in the Brony Babes challenge on Twitter with the goal of losing weight. He quickly abandoned it, though, after a barrage of blocks from fellow participants and voice actors for My Little Pony. Exercising in jail. According to a few jail letters, Chris's primary means of exercise in jail is playing basketball in the recreation room. However, a letter from a Twitter fan known as Eels and the Eggman also shows that he was restricted from the recreation room, though Chris has not disclosed the reason for this. Any other potential means of exercise for Chris in jail are yet to be revealed. Mostly because there probably wasn't any after this, but what do we know? Now we move on to hygiene. I shower daily. What a boast that is, huh? Especially when, you know, your shower room looks like this. As quoted above, Chris claims to bathe on a daily basis. However, his propensity to lie and reports from people who have interacted with him suggest otherwise. According to Emily, he reeked of rotten watermelons. Robert Simmons V said he had a variant of the homeless person's stank, and field agents have said body odour masked with gallons of Axe. In fact, it might be that Chris regards Axe as a substitute for a shower. Don't believe that, ladies and gentlemen. It's straight up not true. You know, but even back when I was 19 and I used like nearly 100 milliliters of Lynx daily and stuff like that, even then I still showered. Just saying. Also, where Chris marinates in his own filth. No, the pale orange stained on the improperly cleaned tiles, suggesting a case of Serratia marcinensis, bacterial colony, a type of bacteria capable of causing everything from urinary tract infections to meningitis. That would explain a lot. To be honest, I think going into that, you'd end up more dirty. And we can't even tell, but even if the bathtub looks like it's streaked with grime. That shower looks like it. I'll bet you anything like maybe £10 that shower has not been cleaned in 10 years. Anyway, sorry, where were we? Rosechew seems to confirm this belief, as upon being told of Sonichu's Axe usage, she makes an awful attempt at suggestive wordplay. Suggesting both that using Axe makes Sonichu clean enough for sex, and that cheap deodorant has an aphrodisiac effect on Rosechew. No, it doesn't. Please don't lie about that. It would appear that Chris compounds this hygiene problem by frequently going for days without changing his clothes. Per usual of his videos has shown him wearing the same shirt for several days in a row. It may be that Chris just gets into nice clothing to make his videos, and as such doesn't get them dirty, allowing for him to use the same ones repeatedly. Although this hygienic habit would be at odds with everything else he does, including lying, probably. The condition of his epidermal system is so poor that it's visibly noticeable, even in his low-quality videos. The texture of grease that is probably permanently adhered to his skin creates a disgusting sheen that reflects a significant amount of light. The same goes for his hair, which is in such poor condition that when he allowed it to grow for the Tom Girl pictures, many strands were clumped together in greasy, sticky locks, looking akin to the long beard of a homeless man. And even when washed, it looks exactly as greasy and unkempt as it did before, as seen in the hair difference videos. This neglect will only make his hair fall out even faster than it already was. This lack of cleanliness, combined with the state of his room where he spends almost all of his time, means that Chris and his surroundings must smell absolutely disgusting. Chris evidently simply tolerates the horrible odours, perhaps not noticing them anymore. It may be that he has an abnormally weak or insensitive sense of smell or has gone noseblind. Few other things would allow for such living conditions. Despite his irregular, at best, use of the shower, Chris is reportedly, I should say, an enthusiastic consumer of hand sanitizer. Mims and Lucas recall that he would scrub his hands with germ-killing jellied alcohol and after every post-card game handshake at the game place, doubtlessly offending his victorious opponents. And photographs of Chris at Fridays after 5 suggest that he kept a bottle on him at all times. Additionally, Mims and Lucas said in their Q&A session that Chris didn't have any noticeable BO during his time at the game place, suggesting that his odor problems would have only worsened from that time onward. Probably because Chris actually had a place to go to, that's probably why. Blue Spike also mentions Chris's usage of hand sanitizer throughout Julie reveals herself. That might be for a different reason, but let's not jump to conclusions. A 2020 tweet suggested that Chris wears the Solitude Medallion in the shower. Crayola, Model Magic, and acrylic paint are both porous when hardened, and as such, the medallion will absorb grime such as soap scum and skin cells when Chris showers with it. The medallion has grown more and more filthy and discolored due to contact with hot water. And Chris stated in a November 2021 letter that he was highly encouraged to shower daily with Bob Barker or Irish Spring soap, a towel, and shampoo while in jail, bringing hope that Chris's hygiene improved drastically at the time. Chris claimed that he was very clean. Yeah. Okay. You know what, I suppose for what it's worth, and just before we get into the vision, when it comes to, like, my overall cleanliness, ladies and gentlemen, I know I've probably also shown you guys this before, but I actually have a calendar of sorts in which I have the necessary shampoo and the necessary, like, body gel that I use daily. And I have 12 different varieties of shampoo and 12 different varieties of body gel. And for reference, I'll actually get down what I'm actually meant to be using today. Coconut, White Peach, and Unity. I know we'll break the monotony of this just a little bit because I think it's just a little bit interesting just to see how meticulous I go with this. So this is fruity coconut and white peach. It's yet to be opened, and a bottle of Lynx Unity. And to be honest, ladies and gentlemen, I know it was a very, very quick showcase, but with everything I have, because I've got like 2 bottles of each, and everything I got, it comes to only about £35 when I bought it down Superdrug. And that £35 is going to get me through the entire year of just using those sorts of things. And the variety of fruity shampoos also goes to the extent of things like caramel and pistachio, dragon fruit and vanilla, mint and tea tree, candy floss, watermelon and pomegranate, cherry and almond, lavender and vanilla, lemon and tea tree, frosted cranberry, strawberry and raspberry, and orange and satsuma. I don't know about you, ladies and gentlemen, but that's quite the smell alone from those things is absolutely to die for. But just think about how nice it will feel, ladies and gentlemen, that, you know, work for me usually takes up most of the day, and at night I'd just like to have a cup of tea and then afterwards sit down and make a video. But imagine how relaxed and just sort of in my element I'll be, sitting here, smelling of oranges and satsumas, and having like those scented candles like put up in my room, and so the entire room is like fresh, fragrant, and I'll be in my element and just relaxed. Imagine how beautiful that would be, to be relaxed. Vision. As evidenced by his oversized aviator-like glasses, Chris has a vision problem. Judging by pictures of Chris in his youth, it appears that he began wearing glasses around the time he entered high school. The extent of his eyesight problems is anybody's guess. His glasses are often fogged and dirty, thus simultaneously improving and worsening his sight along different feature dimensions. Chris often takes them off when things are getting serious, but keeps them on to read. Chris is evident in the video in which he reads a letter from Nintendo and in the future message video. Chris may also suffer from facial blindness. This may exasperate some of his current health issues, because there are indications that he legitimately cannot see the way his unhealthy lifestyle has affected his appearance, thus removing an incentive to change. One of Chris's half-brothers, Dr. David Allen Chandler, happens to be an eye doctor whom Chris has seen in the past. The last time Chris is known to have seen him for an eye appointment was the 6th of January of 2004. Just short of 21 years ago. Also, last time to see an eye doctor, seen him for an appointment. I see what they did there. Very, very droll, Cwiki. Very, very droll. Chris's driver's license has a restrictive condition checked, which commonly means that the driver must wear glasses in order to drive legally. Whether his vision contributed to the numerous vehicular incidents he has been involved in has yet to be seen. However, it is a good bet that Chris should be wearing glasses while driving, for the sake of those sharing the road with him. In his C-Log 10/04/2017 Q&A No More, Chris video, Chris's left eye is drooping noticeably, which may imply either an early sign of a stroke or substance abuse. Both of these are plausible due to his obesity and poor nutrition from the former, and his abuse of a black market drug for the latter. Hearing and speech. Little is known about the current state of Chris's hearing, but the Autism Papers said he suffered from high-frequency hearing loss in his early childhood. Chris has also exhibited signs of tone deafness. His musical performances show little semblance of melody at all. Chris is known for his unusual way of talking, which goes beyond to just having a southern accent. He mixes up, clutters, and substitutes sounds regularly. He also often talks quickly and slurs his words. And when he doesn't, his voice takes on a staccato rhythm. His voice itself is a very severe deformity, ranging in pitch from normal to the sound of a 3-year-old girl on helium all the way to Gilbert Gottfried. It has been medically proven that one of the effects of autism is a lack of variation in speech such as tone, pitch, and accent. It can also work backwards, which could explain Chris's far from normal voice. Autistics often have difficulty distinguishing voice tone. Although, if you are like Chris and you almost exclusively watched a lot of dubbed anime, where almost every other character was Colleen Clinkenbeard or Todd Habercorn, maybe that's also a cause for it. In his Song of Christian video, his voice sounds almost entirely normal and even deeper than latter years, except for the occasional times where he recalls Conker on Conker's Bad Fur Day. However, his voice deformity most likely comes from the fact he has little to no human interaction. Such isolation has been proven to change a person's perception of pitch, especially if they're autistic. Chances are more likely this has become permanent for Chris given his decades of isolation. Dental care. Chris's fondness for baring his fangs in moments of tar rage? Yeah, tar rage should do. Has revealed substantial dental work, particularly on his back molars, which look to have had most of their surface drilled and filled to deal with cavities. It seems likely that Chris takes about as much care of his teeth as he does for any other part of his body, and that he'll be needing crowns and other more painful, expensive dental surgery. To be fair, he did say he needed dental care or stuff like that a few weeks ago, so whatever revelation or whatever that's like come into it, we'll know for certain. Sooner probably than later. Although it is difficult to tell, partly due to Chris's awful camera work, in the few instances that we get to see his teeth, there seem to be a strange yellow-brown colour, which is likely the result of a large, and we do mean a large, consumption of carbonated drinks and poor dental hygiene. In a June 2021 chat, Chris mentioned that he had an appointment for a root canal and prep work to install a crown on one of his back teeth. In a November 2024 tweet, Chris wrote that he had two missing teeth, which had been broken and then extracted. He mentioned needing $11,000 for transplants, apparently confusing the term with implants. $11,000 just for that. Yeah, no kidding, look after your teeth, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. Is that... Cardiovascular health. It is known that Chris's father, Bob Chandler, had a long history of heart problems. Knowing this, Chris should have realized that he was at far higher chance of inheriting cardiac disorders and related risk factors. Thanks to his poor decisions regarding his own health, he has made an already bad situation worse. In August of 2013, Chris indicated that the stress he's endured has begun to affect his health. Citing a symptom of high blood pressure in 2016, he implied that he has hypertension. This was later confirmed in August 2017, when he stated that he takes prescription medicine for it. In September 2017, Chris discussed his new method for growing larger breasts, which involves flavoring his food with soy sauce. It is evident that he has conflated soy-based foods with soy sauce, thinking the latter would be a good way to boost estrogen levels. In reality, the phytoestrogens found in soy products do not bind to the body's estradiol receptors and thus will have no effect on his man boobs. Conversely, soy sauce is loaded with sodium, and said sodium is actually making him fatter due to weight gain and fluid retention, as well as inflicting further damage to his heart, which is already straining under the effects of hypertension. Although drinking water does help offset the effects of sodium-laden foods, Chris is too busy slurping on Coca-Cola to ever consider adding that to his daily food regime. Although he has been drinking more water recently, due to his belief that putting a crystal in his water bottle will give him magical powers. Clearly it didn't do much to convince him to keep doing it, but there you go. In January of 2019, Chris uploaded the results of a blood sugar and blood pressure screening. Chris's blood pressure is shown to be 121/84, classified as pre-high blood pressure. His blood glucose is 63 milligrams per litre, and his total cholesterol is 140, both of which are surprisingly healthy levels considering his lifestyle. In June 2019, Chris, via his sock puppet account, claimed to have suffered a heart attack, and he went to the emergency room. However, it turned out to have been a case of heartburn. His doctor referred to it as a gastro issue and advised taking Tums. Excretory health. Also, yes, there is a part down here I basically have to censor, but we'll get to that shortly. Chris has had a long history of fecal incontinence. One factor likely contributing to this is his diet. His continued abuse of his anus and rectum has also not helped. Chris also has a history of urinary tract infections, despite the condition being uncommon with men. As mentioned in the previous section, Chris revealed that he puts soy sauce on everything that is not sweet, in addition to worsening his renal health. When combined with the laxative effects of his intake of 12 prunes a day, part of the same breast growth formula, this is only like to result in a higher frequency of dirty, cramped briefs. Mental health. As noted, Chris has a hostile relationship with psychotherapy, so there is little that can be said about what mental illnesses he does have, outside of the things that we do know about, because autism isn't nearly enough to explain the full spectrum of his abject psyche. Many observers have tried to pin down Chris for a variety of mental illnesses ranging from sociopathy, minus the increase in charisma, to narcissism, ditto, to schizophrenia. Signs include his disorganized speech and writing, loss of contact with reality, and paranoid ideas about being the victim of persecution or conspiracies, such as his delusional belief that Megan Schroeder and Michael Snyder were somehow responsible for him getting banned from Walmart. Yeah, that's a lot. The one mental failing that debilitates Chris most is his rigid refusal to adapt to his environment. This stubbornness, more than anything else, is what makes him so frustrating to watch. He is incapable of advancing mentally beyond the mind of a 10-year-old with some Playboy magazine stuffed under his mattress. Whatever mental problems he may have had are only exacerbated by this stubborn inability to mature or even alter his tactics. For well over a decade, he has been laid on by various trolls pretending to be young white women who are interested in a relationship with him, and yet he continually falls for it. It is Chris's refusal to listen or learn that ensures that he will continue to live in ignorance, isolation, and misery. And until he decides to change, it always will, irrespective of whether his trolls stay interested in him. It was once thought possible that Chris didn't feel like his life had truly begun, but he was still in his pre-adult years because he remained a virgin into his early 30s. And judging by his oversimplified black and white view of the world, tainted by fiction and other media messages, treatment of women, and stunned understanding of sexual relationships, because he saw sex not as a biological or recreational function or an expression of love, but rather as a rite of passage of sorts, and he therefore believed that he wasn't able to truly be an adult until he had sex. Chris later would lose his virginity for real, albeit to a hooker. As of yet, he has made few to no changes that will tangibly improve his life. In fact, he has been plunging himself and his mother even further into debt to buy toys, of all things, as well as a new car. Needless to say, no one expects Chris and Bob to be able to afford the car for long. Oh, haven't things just changed? You sweet summer child, you little article you. Since Chris has been pampered and sheltered from basically all forms of outside influence, he lacks experience with the real world. His reaction to the real world can best be seen in his reactions to trolls. Instead of dealing with them in a constructive way, such as taking their advice, or even a neutral way, either ignoring them or getting off the internet for good, he will freak out, yell at things, blame his autism or the trolls themselves for his shortcomings, and maybe crush a toy or his camera. For fun, I guess. He also has a peculiar notion that he is a slim, broad-shouldered and tan, and that he has a full head of hair and is genuinely not creepy. This image comes from two things. One, his mother would always tell him how handsome he was. This might simply be Barbara telling her son what all mothers tell their kids. Or two, he has an inability to recognize people's faces, a medical condition formerly known as prognostasia and informally known as facial blindness. For example, during the Blanca incidents, trolls used pictures of two different girls to represent Blanca, and he never suspected a thing. He thinks that he and Billy Mays would have looked the same if Billy shaved off his beard. In high school, he had to remember his own appearance by staring in the mirror, leaving his more youthful image of himself branded in his mind. The fact that the only distinguishing features of his cartoon characters are hair and eye colour also point to this, although this may just Chris being a shitty artist. Some people think that, far from being mentally ill, Chris is just misguided and simply needs to be steered in the right direction. However, in the July 2012 arrangement for his and Barbara's actions at the game place the previous fall, Chris agreed to a plea bargain, avoiding felony charges and jail time in exchange for, among other things, mandatory psychological treatment and evaluation, which meant that Chris was forced to undergo legitimate psychiatric treatment, as opposed to simply seeing an uncertified pastoral counsellor, or risk being imprisoned. Given that most, if not all, the problems described above persist in some form or another to this day, it seems that Chris reacted to psychiatric treatment in much the same way he reacted to the education system, as it seems that whatever the psychiatric said, he took pretty much none of it in, probably taking out his anger at being forced to obey the law on the psychiatrics front by simply refusing to cooperate. Chris began listening to subliminal frequency hypnosis videos on YouTube in 2016. On the 29th of June, he uploaded announcement 0629-2016-2, and he claimed that the music had cured his autism. Again, if you're wondering, like I am, how any of that is possible, I don't really know either, because for reasons we're going to get into, it didn't particularly take long for Chris to double down on things that happened, because, well, I think we should just get into it straight away, shall we? Hey fans, I forgot to mention one thing. I've actually been on a subliminal project, as a lot of you or some of you might have been aware of, though through my history or whatever, that I try to keep private amongst my YouTube settings. But I have been enjoying for the past 3 months the Get Rid of Autism Subliminal, the one that actually works in 3 months, so less than 3 times per year, 36 times. I have been doing that. I've actually found myself more mentally capable. I do not blank out as much. I feel a little bit faster in mental processing. And I feel a whole lot better, so with that, puts out hands, I'm essentially cured of autism. Oh, and also I actually have been able to socialize better out in public, so that's another good deal right there. I'm going to put the link underneath this video, and those of you with autism, try it for yourself. Free, play it 3 times per day for 3 months. It worked for me. However, in a November Facebook post, he was back to refer to himself as high-functioning autistic person. Chris mentioned in August 2017 that he takes Valium, a drug used to treat anxiety and nervousness. I took a rest and some Valium after I got back home. I feel some recovered, but feel some mild headache now. Chris on taking the drug after feeling stressed from being told not to wear his unicorn cosplay at church. An employee at Earthbound Trading Co. had stated that when Chris was at their store, he was mumbling and talking about things in the store. So judging by that, he's not doing so good. Sexual health. Bent at a horrifying 35-degree angle, Chris's duck is a thing of almost unholy terror. While there have been much speculation as to the cause of this, possibly Peyronie's disease, or the rest of engaging in a dangerous prone masturbation, it is ultimately a mystery that there will probably never be solved. While correctable, the process is expensive, and Chris has other, more important things on which to spend his, or rather taxpayers' money on. In correspondence with Jackie, Chris revealed he has checked for STDs in early 2010. He didn't have any. You could probably guess why. Gender transitioning. Hormone treatment. Normally, transgender people plan out their gender transitions with doctors to ensure safety throughout the process, especially if they are taking hormones, which can cause health issues, unless strictly monitored according to the patient's health profile. Unfortunately, Chris has done the opposite. In 2015, he acquired Estrogel, a hormone replacement therapy cream meant for postmenopausal women. It is meant to be prescription only, but Chris got around the requirement to see a doctor by ordering it through offshore pharmacy. Estrogel has several health risks such as, but not limited to, fluid retention, weight changes, rise in blood pressure, disastrous for an obese person like Chris, and blood clots. And that is when it is applied properly via a small dosage on the arm once per day. He even managed to fail at following the directions on the package, as shown in Estrogel application and vibrating bra how-to, in which he slavers the cream onto his stomach like buttering bread. Or whatever this is supposed to be. That's not the face of somebody who looks particularly clever at what they're doing. In addition, Kim Wilson revealed that he was taking hormones in May of 2015. Chris mentioned the drug again as late as August of 2016. Throughout 2015 to 16, he repeatedly complained via Facebook posts of feeling dizzy and ill, but failed to connect the dots and see that taking overdosages of a black market drug without a physician's approval could be the reason for it. In addition to Estrogel, Chris has been taking supplements because why not at this point? Why not just continue as though nothing was wrong, such as vitamins. He purchased a jar of a Solari female hormone blend SP7-7C in August of 2016, which is meant to ease menopausal symptoms. I don't really know why Chris was even doing that if Chris, if Chris doesn't have a womb, then how is Chris expected to, have menopause? Where's the fetus going to kick off? What was Chris going to do? Carry it around in a box? Arthur Spatchcock also learned that around May of 2016, Chris was fond of eating fungogreek seeds because he believed it would increase his estrogen levels. At some point in fall 2016, he finally went to a medical professional and was prescribed proper HRT. Something that anyone else would have just done from the very beginning, but there you are. Chris claims that he knows better just because somebody else told him, who was obviously not professional. One day in September of 2014, Chris decided to get a piercing on his perineum. Piercings require constant disinfection while they heal, anywhere on the body, even for very clean people, and so many trolls were concerned that considering Chris's general filthiness and the fact that the location of the piercing would receive very little air, there was a serious risk of infection. In December, he shared another picture of his piercing which showed that, while it wasn't infected, the piercing had begun to reject, tearing the skin in the process. Making lemonade out of lemons, Chris, now in the throes of his trans woman fantasy, noted with pride the tear's resemblance to the V word, and actually got it re-pierced. As you do. Without giving the original wound any longer than about a week to heal. Fortunately, Chris gave up on it after it became clear that the piercing was going to be more hassle than it was worth, and removed it for good before any serious harm was done. Fantastic. That's why, again, I've never ever once got a piercing done because, well, I just never really saw the need for one. Self-inflicted taint wound. In July of 2016, Chris posted about a wound on his taint. What a start. announcing that he had gotten it as a result of subliminal frequency hypnosis and would be growing a new labia as a result. However, as the man in the pickle suit later discovered, Chris actually went ahead and sliced... Well, I'm just going to put this out there because it's too graphic to even say, but, well, yeah. Basically, they described about this and saying, well, you know what? And the beautiful Pam Anderson Christine would be underneath. Yeah, what basically happened there was that Chris just got told, go to the hospital immediately. Chris shrugged it off and tried to say that he was trolling the trolls, but nobody bought it, and, well, basically tried to avoid talking about it online after this. Rejected by a blood bank. In January of 2017, Chris complained on Facebook that he had been turned away from a blood drive for being transgender. He stated that the reason given was that the FDA saw to not accept blood from transgender people due to the varying levels of testosterone or estrogen balances in our blood. Chris does not realize how medically sensitive patients will be when receiving blood transfusions, and that it would not be in their interest to be taking blood with hormonal imbalances, especially from Chris, whose blood has been affected by both his unhealthy lifestyle and the dangerous intake of the unsupervised estradiol drug. Sickness. On the 4th of March 2009, Chris revealed in a video that he had been suffering from a bug. Chris's voice is noticeably different. He later told everyone to give Blue Spike a cold virus if he ever encountered it in public. Even though he retracted it hours later in the day, Chris would say in a mumble chat that he has been having a sinus infection and possibly also a cold, and that he's even been having plenty of orange juice and chicken noodle soup. In another mumble chat the following day, Chris claimed he had last checked his temperature early in the day, reading at 96.8, presumably Fahrenheit. Chris claims that he will go outside to meet women locally as soon as he gets over the virus. As you do. Chris would later be spotted out of the house for church service on the 15th of March. On the 15th of January 2011, in an email with "Love you long time," Chris admitted to lying about being sick to avoid fulfilling supposed promises he had made. However, Chris did claim to have suffered from stress-induced stomach aches and a runny nose from crying due to a family conflict. In mid-2014, Chris answered an OkCupid question that he often or would never call in sick to work or school when he is not actually ill. On the 6th of February 2011, in another email with her, Chris retold his week talking about getting antibiotics for a bladder infection. I mean, yeah, it's just blah blah blah. It's just a lot of things about, it's just a being sick or something like that. And then also it's not really worth much looking into. But then again, finally, despite taking the COVID-19 vaccine twice, Chris still caught the virus 5 times, according to Chris. On the 5th of February 2022, while in jail, Chris tested positive for COVID. Chris journaled updates spanning several days about his current condition in his goddess logs. Chris's OkCupid answers reveal that he prefers having company when sick rather than being left alone, and he only likes being read to aloud when he is sick. Whatever, I suppose. I don't really know what else. Of other deformities. Chris also has mild heterochromia, which he claims is the result of pink eye medicine that he took in high school. However, in a photo of a young Chris, his right eye is green, so he probably tells the story so people think he's special. Some have pointed out that Chris has an unusually wide septum, as seen in the MySpace profile pictures. Others go as far back as to say that he lacks one altogether. The cause of this, like his bent duck, is as yet unknown. Well, that may be the case, but what is known, ladies and gentlemen, is that we have come to the end of Chris and health. So there we go, by the way. I certainly hope you guys enjoyed it. I don't really have, like, any other, like, any major things to say about this, apart from just look after your health, ladies and gentlemen. You know what? Eat your vegetables, get plenty of water, get some exercise when you can, touch grass, go outside. Just, you know, just do what you know is the right thing to do, and just look after your body, look after yourselves. That's what it's all about, and that's probably what I'm going to do after this. I mean, literally, I've been sitting here making videos, about Chris for the last 2.5 hours going on now, and maybe it's time for me to do a bit of stretching, I suppose. And yeah, I think that should be about that. So I hope all of you guys enjoyed it, and I cannot wait to see all of you guys again in the next video. So take care, and bye-bye for now. Hello again, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I have to start this article by prefacing a question. So, tell me, if you were growing up in the noughties, did you ever watch a segment they would put on during commercial breaks called Nicktrition? These would essentially just be very, like, small, like, just little infomercials that would be on Nickelodeon, and they would talk about, like, healthier living, and they would talk about, like, the importances of, like, exercise and what things will do to your heart, and little trivia facts about your heart and stuff like that. Fun little tidbits and stuff like that. Well, clearly they were lost on Chris, because, well, let's get straight to it, shall we? This article is rated M for honest content. Honestly, don't eat like Chris. Like, most people would say Chris eats like a pig, but pigs do have a tendency to chew their food. If anything, Chris eats like a duck. He has about as much taste as a duck as well, because that just looks like a mess with just some like microwaved cheese and meat on top of it. I'm not particularly, like, the biggest fan of Mexican food myself, but it's mostly because of this concoction. Food is both a biological imperative and a cultural medium for humans. The human body is meant to run on a wide variety of foodstuffs for a balanced diet, and cultures around the world have created a multitude of dishes using available ingredients, mostly from animal and plant sources. More recently, however, food has become industrialized, which makes food cheaper and tastier. To the love of our hero Chris, unfortunately, this industrial Western diet doesn't always carry the best nutrition. Then again, nothing really on earth carries the best nutrition either, but anyway, also for what this is worth, something different for lunch today. I've been re-binging Kim Possible on Disney+, so I love KP a lot. If you're seeing this, 2 soft shell tacos and an order of nachos. I made a nacho, he calls it. Even though this looks like it was just straight up, like, it was probably on the menu at Taco Bell, so probably not. Also, I would not go near that, as I mentioned before. Cooking abilities. I'm surprised this is as long as it is. Chris claims that he cooks for himself 3 or 4 times a week. Okay, you know what? Wait, hang on. Can you hear that? Bullshit! Making his cooking a major source of his nutrition. He has said that he has took home ec classes in school and that he owns cookbooks. Let me guess, the cookbook's usually using to like prop up a desk or something like that. However, when Jackie asked him to cook spaghetti, an incredibly basic dish, mind you, in a YouTube video, he dodged responsibility by claiming that Barbara had blocked up the kitchen with the junk. You know, because this article is so short, I'm just going to put that video on at the end. So, it's one of the most embarrassing and most perplexing videos Chris has possibly ever done. No hyperbole about that as well, or exaggeration. And you'll see soon. Anyway, sorry, where was I? So he instead mimed the act and microwaved some canned spaghetti and meatballs. It can be deduced from this that Chris can't or doesn't cook, and simply buys microwavable meals every time he claims to be eating at home. In an August 2017 letter written to Kelly Sheridan, Chris claimed to have taken up basic cooking skills as a way to keep his mind more active. It's unknown whether or not Kelly ever read this letter. In addition, Barb stopped cooking for Chris after he and Barb had turned down a spaghetti meal she had offered them. An over-exaggerated much? A turn down he claimed to have deeply apologized for, making it even less likely that Chris eats anything that requires to be cooked, let alone anything that requires time and preparation to be made. Fast food. As a result of his minimal cooking skills, and due to how even the simplest of tasks tire him out, Chris often prefers to eat out over making food by himself. He is an infamous fast food lover, eating at either McDonald's, Burger King, or some other fast food restaurant at least once a day. He has known to dine up to 4 times a day. The fact that he's merely fat and not morbidly obese with such an awe-inspiring calorific intake and in active lifestyle suggests a fairly high metabolism, one which will almost certainly not last indefinitely. The frequency of his fast food trips was confirmed in 2015, when a Kiwi Farms user sent him $500 to see what he would do with it. A pretty out there social experiment, and here comes the consumption of food article, including with a big old fat old dump of bullshit right here. Many times, Chris has been shown to be a glutton for all kinds of food, eating excessively in public places and during parties. His complexion also gives insight into his daily nutrition, often showing various signs of acne and acne scarring. According to Chris, he eats more vegetables than any other food group. The veracity of this statement is dubious, to say the least, given what is known about Chris's medical history and health in general, as well as his tendency to lie. Let's not call it lying, let's just calling it not telling the truth. During the father call, Chris told Casey's father that he was prescribed Lipitor for his high cholesterol. He claimed he stopped taking the drug in fall of 2009, but whether he was being honest, given especially the number of obvious lies he told about his health in the course of the rest of the call, is uncertain. When Chris admits to going to McDonald's regularly for his meals, including the time in the father call, he will often fall back on another lie that he only eats the salads provided and drink the lemonade. This is ironic, as McDonald's salads were actually proven to contain more calories than an average Big Mac meal, due to the sauce that came with them. Chris also seems to be under the impression that lemonade is healthier because it has, or at least tastes vaguely like, lemons, despite them being just as unhealthy as any other type of soda. In 2016, he began listening to subliminal frequency hypnosis videos under the false belief that they would improve his health. He liked videos such as lose weight super fast, eliminate armpit odor permanently fast, lower your blood pressure fast, hypertension treatment, and produce odorless farts fast. There is no sort of scientific and medical evidence that proves listening to binaural beats can do any of these things. The only real health effect is hearing loss if listened to at high volume and maybe possibly a headache. In 2017, Chris had a brief online relationship with Jessica Quinn, who has a fat fetish and influenced Chris with it. The Sonic Chew comic features an obese Rose Chew in issue 12. After their breakup, Chris consumed a huge bowl of ice cream and then took a side photo of his gut saying, "This, right here, was all hers." This marks one of the only times that Chris has admitted he has obesity issues. And yes, I suppose for what they are worth, let me just pull up this one little thing I just kind of wanted to showcase to you guys, and it's sort of like a little bit further down here, is that, yes, apparently this all was boasting for, this could have been Jessica Quinn, and you've got like this 5-year-old kid just in the background looking very confused as to what the hell was going on. True story. Probably. In 2019, Chris showed us the idea of a salad, mostly made with unhealthy ingredients like bacon bits and croutons. Why couldn't Chris even do so? Chris couldn't even go to the extent of doing something as basic as a Caesar salad. I mean, yes, you may argue, you know, Caesar dressing may not be the healthiest, but you know what? Caesar salads are fantastic. They are one of the. They are. It outside of maybe a Mediterranean salad, it is like the dog's bollocks of salads. In 2020, Chris claimed to make breakfast omelettes, which was just scrambled eggs with ghost pepper sauce or spinach. In October of 2023, Chris posted photos of his snack bowl consisting of fruits, a large chunk of dark chocolate, and a liberal amount of what appears to be whipped topping. Chris touted the vitamin benefits of the fruits among the snacks, but unfortunately for him, the nutritional benefit is outweighed by the excessive amount of sugars contained in the bowl. Jail food. Since the jail saga saw Chris incarcerated for quite a while, it's safe to assume he broke his long-standing policy of not eating prison food and entered the regular diet alongside the other jail inmates. Chris stated that he liked the selection of food items the jail had for sale. In an October 2021 letter, Chris discussed the quality of the meals by writing that the food's mostly good and well, not perfect meatballs, banquet diners have better meatballs, and the chicken is often dry. I didn't know exactly where Chris think what he thought jail was going to be like, but there you are. It's I don't think it's quite occurred to Chris by that point yet. As of the 3rd of May 2022, following his 3-month stay at Western State Hospital, his weight noticeably dropped since he was unable to exploit the begging for junk food money loophole he once had access to, and his final mugshot taken upon his release on the 27th of March 2023 showed him having shred even more pounds. After exiting incarceration, Chris had regained all of his lost weight, especially underneath his neck. Hydration and water consumption. Before 2020, Chris rarely drank water and focused a lot more on carbonated drinks and energy drinks, which have been proven to increase erratic behavior. This was such that an entire page of the Cwiki is partly dedicated to just how much Coca-Cola he drank over the span of 2 years. On many of the days between the 6th of March 2007 and the 4th of September 2009, Chris drank about 1.8 litres over 3 pints of Coke every day, assuming that none of it was drunk by his equally obese parents, so he could gain points on mycokerewards.com. This represents a grotesque 195 grams, nearly 7 ounces of sugar per day from Coke alone, representing almost 800 calories, 1/3 of his daily calorie intake. To put that into perspective, Chris drank enough Coke to fill 10 oil barrels in order to get the amount of points he got. Needless to say, the effects are staggering. On record, he apparently consumed a whopping 120 cans of Coca-Cola on the 9th of April 2008, the 24th of March 2009, and the 15th of August 2009. How this didn't send him into immediate diabetic shock is anybody's guess. And if your response to that is saying that Chris had Diet Coke or Coke Zero, I'm pretty sure even for what was in that anyway, it would have done damage. The only response would have been probably caffeine-free Coke, but what makes you think Chris would have wanted that? Before his arrest in July of 2021, Chris drank tons of water from a Glacier water bottle with an amethyst crystal inside. He believes that there are many health problems that drinking water in this fashion can cure, such as food poisoning, which would have only have been relevant if Chris, had actually been food poisoned, which we know he didn't. While this is not actually true, it's at least far healthier than drinking tons of soft drinks. Ever since the discovery of himself being Goddess CPU Blueheart, he had used this bottle constantly as a way to charge up his powers. His powers, I should say, in order to help further the merge into its future stages. The reason he went with the amethyst crystal is most likely the same reason that he uses the amethyst ring in the comics as the main source of power. So, therefore, Chris used this bottle as a way to inadvertently make his powers stronger. I guess. As a result of, as of 2023, Chris has developed an interest in the popular energy drink G Fuel, which would have just been Bang a couple of years ago, I suppose. I'm surprised Chris hasn't moved on to Prime either. Likely because the brand is known to constantly release flavors in partnerships with various gaming/media franchises. An unsurprising example being that he was seen looking at Sonic the Hedgehog themed G Fuel cans during a post-jail release shopping trip. Given the canned drink has an average of 300 milligrams of caffeine, equivalent to about 3 cups of coffee, it's likely Chris may have slipped back into his erratic behavioral patterns relatively quick. Also, the results of Chris's diet, and even though I did an entire article about health, we could also talk about obesity and the same image in question. Chris has been overweight for all of, or nearly all of his adult life, and obese for a large portion of it. Dental hygiene. Chris's teeth have obviously suffered greatly during the decades of constant sugary abuse. Several videos which he exposes his teeth have revealed that his molars are rotten and full of cavities, while his frontal teeth are yellowish at best and an olive colour at worst. This, combined with his infamous lack of hygienic prowess, means that it's flat out a miracle that all of his teeth haven't fallen out at this point. Behavioural issues. Caffeine is a well-known stimulant and can impair one's ability to sleep. Chris's drinks all have plenty of caffeine in them, from coffee to Coca-Cola. Chris is undoubtedly addicted to both, and cups of coffee were spotted throughout the hallway in 14 Branch Lane Court, just before the coffee maker burned down the entire house. Fecal incontinence. It is believed that Chris's diet is one of the causes for his fecal incontinence, the other one being rammed stuff into his rectum, as chronic constipation can be one cause of fecal incontinence. Chris's diet of McDonald's, microwavable food, and little or no fruit or vegetables is very likely ridiculously low on fiber, and thus a surefire way of causing constipation, and Chris has been going on with this diet for goodness knows how long. Irritable bowel syndrome may be another reason for Chris's problems with controlling his bowels. The cause of IBS is not known, but 2 major triggers are stress and poor diets, with wheat, dairy, and carbonated drinks being known as IBS triggers. Chris has been given a testament to fast food not agreeing with him. However, being raised on a poor diet, it's unlikely he'll stop eating junk anytime soon. It's about all he can think about at this time, and the denial of his poor diet, which is just about what you expect. It's the sort of thing that makes you want to say, Chris, only want to help you, Chris. Chris often denies his diet is doing more harm to him than good. In the father call, Chris constantly lies about his poor eating habits to an unimpressed Matthew Devoria. At one point, he went off on a tangent about how he stuffed vegetables and fruits down his throat. This was after Matt metaphorically compared his daughter's book reading to how much candy Chris probably consumes. Did you get all that? Good. So, I would say that's about... We really don't need, to talk about anything else apart from Chris doesn't feed himself. The only food Chris will actually eat is going to send him to an early grave, despite the fact that Chris is into his nearly into his mid-40s, and yet seems relatively mundane to the idea that he's actually just about screwed himself for goodness knows how many of his adult years because of what he's done to his body. And I suppose it's just like a final tidbit just before we leave. The proof, ladies and gentlemen, that Chris probably wouldn't dare know how to cook for himself, leading to this video. So
for this presentation, I was going to make some spaghetti live in the kitchen, but unfortunately I don't have access to the stove because Mama put a whole bunch of crap in the way. So I am going to mime it.
Why Chris couldn't have just moved
Here's
the
the
stuff
pot.
himself, but look at this stuff.
Put it on the stove. Set it to the boiling temperature. In time, the water's boiling. So we take this pot of spaghetti noodles, put up the pots, and click, 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 click. Noodles, smells so good. Hey, look at that. Trippy, no stiffy. I offer you some non-stiff trippy. But it's hot right now, so you might want to wait a while. Yeah, I say our noodles are done. Then we drain the water out. We get some plates. Oh, wait a minute. We're serving two. I'm just kidding.
This is, and bear in mind, guys, this is Chris trying to prove himself that he can actually, take care of Jackie by... I know this has always been, one of those videos that's always, really caught me out, because I don't really know what I'm supposed to say, apart from, wow, Chris looks like an idiot for doing this, but it has to be stated, and I will never, ever not grow tired of saying this. It's the fact, it's not even the fact that, well... Chris is just that pathetic that he can't move stuff out of the way to actually bother to try and cook. But you'll see for another point I'm gonna make.
We don't want any noodles left behind. We'll rinse that out later. In the meantime, here's a good jar of marinara sauce. There we go, I popped the seal. And now, Some graded mozzarella. Oh, I got a pop still. And we add other spices from my father's collection, which includes rosemary, garlic, parsley, whatever. And you can make your own meatballs with processed meat and putting it on a tray or something, letting it grow, and then rolling it on with the balls. But they're not so good, not as good, are they? So what about that? Well, you can buy your own meatballs.
Yeah, that's also the point I was getting to. Ignoring the fact that Chris just gets marinara sauce out of a jar, not even knowing just to, like, even I can make marinara sauce, but the fact that Chris is actually under the impression that packaged, pre-made meatballs taste better than actually making them yourself. Like, really? That's like... It doesn't... I don't... you know what I mean? Like, it's... And this is also, like, it's paramount to the other problems we mentioned about Chris's diet, is that Chris is now under the impression that just pre-packaged, industrialized crap tastes better than things that are actually made organically, things that are made, you know, by hand.
We had this package of Swedish meatballs cooked in the microwave already, so they're warming up already. And in the end, on at least one of the two plates, you get something like this. Yummy, yummy, delicious.
Well, like I said, it's just...
So now we can sit down and eat our spaghetti.
Chef Boyardee.
It is so delicious.
Rubbish.
It smells so good. You want a bite? Look at this. You want a bite? So good. You better take a bite, because you know what? What's this? What's this? You watching? I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that to you for real life. That's fun. Hey, at least my head's not fucking orange. Like a certain cash.
Yeah, by the way, whatever. Okay, so, yeah, that's about that. I really wish there was anything more I could say apart from... No, how about ravioli, give me the formuoli, and I'll see you guys again next time. So take care, and bye-bye for now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and we've really plumbed the depths today, because this is sort of the final article when it comes to Chris and, well, his, let's just call it his physical stance, his body, really, for what it's worth. And now we come into the sticky autumnal that is Chris and sex. I'm going to try and keep this as safe for work as I possibly can, so... If you are concerned that there's quite a lot of things that are being, like, censored or anything like that, believe you me, ladies and gentlemen, it's about as... It's things are going to get graphic very, very quickly, so... Because I don't want people, because I don't want to, like, you know, leave people with nightmares or anything like that, because, bear in mind, I probably know maybe more than you guys, but, well, we'll wait and see. So let's just get started. Health disclosure, yes, don't, Chris is not, and this is not a suitable, diagnosis, ladies and gentlemen. Leave the diagnoses to the professionals. Anyways, Chris has a warped view of coitus, aka hanky-panky, and romps in the hay, mostly stemming from stunned sexual development, a sheltered upbringing, and the twisted, disjointed worldview he acquired as a result. He first developed an understanding of sex from watching softcore pornography on HBO at around age 16. He describes pornographic films as educational. Honestly, if they are, then what exactly has Chris learned from them? Fuck all, ironically. Now, knowledge of sex. In his mind, Chris has mastered all there is to know about sex, and now regards himself as a bit of a guru. He has said that kissing a woman is magical and delightful, sweet and melting like ice cream or chocolate. A description he stole from Sailor Moon. What a surprise. In truth, for much of the time he was presenting this advice, Chris had yet to even kiss a girl. Goodness knows if he ended up even liking it. What he knows about sex he's picked up from rudimentary high school sexual education classes or pornography. This has engendered many false beliefs in Chris, which he sticks to religiously. Readers who brave his sex chat logs, and yes, that is a thing that exists, should immediately notice what's going wrong. Chris's fantasies are merely recreations of what he's seen in pornos, rather than plausible sexual experiences. For example, he believed that Casey would become a brutal... well, this word, followed by load after load of Navy to the face. You know, I was considering for a very long time about whether I should even make any videos tonight, but then you have to read stuff like that, and, well, I'm almost already over it, but how does Chris manage to do... How does Chris imagine he's going to build up a resource of that anyway? It's not exactly Chris's life is ball-breaking or that stress is anything that... Because if Chris was legitimately stressed, then if he played his cards right, he could build up testosterone for days, and, well, yeah. Other examples of Chris's crude misconceptions about sex are abound and numerous. He mimics female porn stars' sex positions, spreads an imaginary vagina a yard across, thinks that the clitoris is located on the female body where the perineum is located on the male one, and believes that electric shocks to the vagina are pleasurable. He also seems to believe that a woman's vagina is higher up the woman's body than it actually is. This is undoubtedly due to the experience with his sex dolls. The missionary cowgirl position, mentioned in Sonnet issue 8, is a contradiction in terms. He can't even get the most basic double entendres correct, wearing a terrible Mountain Dew parody shirt. And by the way, if you want to see what this looks like, well, it's not even featured here. What was that needs to be fixed. Anyway, a parody T-shirt that's an invitation for women to try and ride his broken penis. Yeah, the shirt itself says "Mount and Do Me," and it's legitimately not. It's the sort of shirt that should not see the light of day. I don't know what sort of moron would buy that, but there you are. He thinks that his virginity is a precious and sought-after treasure which women will come in droves to take. He even went so far as to use it as a bargaining chip to haggle with a prostitute. She hung up on him literally moments after this, and believes that mass debating ultimately makes him better at sex. No, honestly, I could... If anything, you know what? Arguably, masturbating is actually, it's going to make you worse than sex, because insofar as, you know, things like stamina or anything like that is concerned, there is probably Chris's misconceived notion that it's like, you know, it's anywhere as better as it. Well, okay, well, I'm definitely gonna have to censor this part out. With Chris's slippery grip on language, he is also noticeably confused about basic sexual terminology. For example, Chris told Ivy he had a sticky dream about her. When Ivy asked if he meant a wet dream, he replied, "No, that's when you pee yourself, silly." And yes, by the way, Chris, I know Chris was 27 years, but who uses the word silly at 27? Outside of, people who work with younger people. Who does that? While he may have the best of intentions, not really, his word choices unwittingly present him in a very bad light. He refuses to use common terms, either medical or slang, for sex organs, instead calling penises ducks and pickles, and vaginas and vulva china or tom-tom. I don't even know if that's it. I honestly don't even know if that can mean something worse, but there you are. Out of a childish aversion born of disgust. I don't exactly know why Chris think he would be disgusted by this. It's just a word. In the same way, why would Chris call a penis a duck or a pickle? Because, well, they're just words, Chris. They can't hurt you. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, in August of 2011, Chris said he is into female domination, going as far as to draw Sonichu and Rosechu performing the act in Sonichu issue 10. I promise you guys we will actually review every single issue of Sonichu, but good lord, that's still a long ways away. So if you want a book on how not to write comic books, I'll do it for you. Save you the trouble of buying Sonichu. Now, you see this here about the anatomy of the human body, according to Chris. Yes, apparently the clitoris starts literally just below a woman's belly button, and apparently her vagina, it literally ends at the point where pretty much her clitoris would begin. Apparently, Chris's idea of an actual female genitals is that they are at least, it starts almost 6 centimeters up in the body than it should do. I don't how, considering Chris's education, so to speak, it's kind of perplexing the fact that Chris not only did not know that, but also is still adamant that that's how they actually meant to look. Goodness knows what he must be watching to get references like that. Reproductive biology. Chris's understanding on reproductive biology had primarily come from what he had seen in porn. Books on the subject. Chris had obtained a copy of the book Ultimate Guide to Sex and Disability, which he had told Null about on the 5th of July 2021. As a result of reading this book, Chris claimed to believe that he could mentor people about dating and sex. Chris had especially shown this in conversations he had with Fiona, where he attempts to advise her on how to approach a potential lover when she goes off to college. Chris had seemed to twist or misunderstand many of the passages found in this book, taking it to be a book on how to perform sex on disabled people rather than one for disabled people. Yeah, I know, to be honest, I don't even know why a book like that would even exist. I mean, how, what? Is Chris going to tell, is the book going to straight up say about which hole to stick it in, or, I don't get it. Anyway, speaking of things I also don't get, moral basis. And now, again, this is something that pretty much is more in terms of things like sexuality and religion, but oh boy, hold on to your hats, because this is, really, bear with me for a second. Chris's stance on sexual orientations has always been iffy at best. Prior to his transition to a tomgirl, he has shown a fear of losing his straightness. This obsessive demand for people to stay straight has been one of the first noted and exploited aspects of Chris's since his discovery. Many trolls had jokingly declared that this is an indicator of him repressing his sexuality in some fashion, only for it to end up being the case in the long run. Religion. You have heard that it is said by them of old time, "You shall not commit adultery." But I say to you that whoever looks on a woman to lust after her has committed adultery with her already in his heart. Matthew 5:27-28. Oh, and by the way, I suppose for what they're worth, we can open up this part as well. It's well, let's just take this back. Okay, so apparently this is Chris on dating education, because somebody who doesn't, yes, we're having to go to Chris when it comes to, if I had to go to Chris towards education, I literally would have turned up one day and then never went back. Just saying. Because I don't... Honestly, when it comes to Chris trying to, like... I'll discuss this in greater detail when it comes to Chris's oration skills. But, honestly, at times, I can't even pretend to hold my hand up and say I haven't heard so much drivel in such a long time. Hey, loyal readers. Sonichu and I, we wish to take a moment to discuss our sexual acts portrayed here today. As you do. Please understand that we are legally consenting adults at ages greater than 18, and when he and I are alone, we sometimes take enjoyment in warming each other up in our 69 position. Does anyone want to mention the fact, or shall I, that apparently Sonichu was intended for children? At first, at any rate, but for some reason, Chris is under the impression that, well, if you try and, I don't know, talk to the audience or try and break the fourth wall or try to rationalize your behavior, however dubious it may seem, then there you are. Kids will be able to understand that. Honestly, if Chris had sold this with the pretense of this being available for children, well, Chris would not have seen the light of day since 2010. Yeah, just saying. While it is good for us, it may or may not be right for you or your trusted opposite gender partner. Good to know. You know, Chris's understandings about, you know, even sex positions must be absolutely god-awful, because listen to how this reads. While it is good for us, it may or may not be right for you or your trusted opposite gender partner. So what, those of the same sex are not to be trusted? You know, it has sort of been quoted, or at least speculated before, that Chris wouldn't have an issue if this was, you know, female on female 69ing position, because, well, like a lot of bigoted sexist men, just like Chris, they don't seem to have an issue when it's women or anything like that. Even though women who do this, you know, they don't do it for the sexual gratification for those watching. Depends who it is. At the moment, I think they sort of do it because, you know, that's what they want to do in themselves, and that's kind of how that is. I only make mention of this because, well, if they're not doing it for the wants and needs for people like Chris, then what difference does it make when, you know, men do it as well? Honestly, this is also something we're gonna have to get into when it comes to, like, Chris and his, well, intolerance towards gay people, specifically gay men. But just to let you know, I'm already over that BS anyway, because honestly, it's such a... Actually, you know what? We'll discuss it later. Moving on. We, Christian Weston Chandler... Oh, right, so now Chris is referring to himself in the second person. That's quite a new one. And everyone of this hand-drawn series fully supports safe sex. Again, what difference, what relevance this plays in the 69 position, I have absolutely no idea. And the proper use of condoms during vaginal/penile intercourse. Thank you, Chris. I never would have guessed. Also, in addition, while we also fully support sexual education in every high school, Christian Weston Chandler also highly recommends and would gladly support dating education classes. I'll discuss that too in a separate video, because there's too much to go over with already, and this is like... because while sex ed is great for the eventual well-earned intercourse after 3 or more dates, it is vital to learn what to do before that moment. It should be well taught how to approach and ask one's member of the opposite gender out for the very first date. Our generation and future generations are at. thank you for all your support. Not very support. Well, whatever. Moving on. I don't care. Sex was at one point viewed through Chris's eyes by the Bible, or rather by his religion, as Chris's biblical knowledge is extremely poor and mostly baseless. Chris was very strict on keeping to the word of God, where male homosexuality is the topic, vehemently stating that he hates gay men, but with no hesitation views lesbian porn and approves of it masturbatorially, as though it was going out of style, and as of 2014, seemed to be adopting a more progressive view of even gay men and their rights, albeit begrudgingly. In 2015, Chris made a video lamenting his past homophobia and clarifying that he apparently now has great liking and admiration for male homosexuality. Now, one thing you may be arguing, ladies and gentlemen, is that when we get to sort of evidence to prove that is true, why would Chris only say this now? Is it because Chris was trying to fit into the LGBTQ plus community by this point, so therefore, trying to actually look someone who's, at least look. I say look because you think Chris is only doing it because he wants to look progressive and actually quite accepting and stuff like that. You could argue this, but or is it the sort of thing Chris had to sort of force himself to do just so he could be associated with it? You tell me. Retconning the vicious homophobic tirade of Sonichu 10 into a bizarre zombie apocalypse, implying that he realizes religion is not an excuse for discrimination. Another violation of his Christian morals is the fact that he planned on losing his virginity on the third or fourth date, while his true sweetheart, read first girl who will last 3 dates with Chris. That's a conundrum in itself. This is, of course, blatant violation of the Christian value of marriage before sex. The Bible also frowns upon pornographers, of which he is very guilty and holds no apparent remorse. These double-down standards cause many trolls to despise him, seeing as he selectively chooses what to denigrate and what is okay in his own personal dogma, although to be somewhat fair, he's far from the only follower of the Christian faith to do so. And before anybody asks, God wouldn't want to see any of his followers this unhappy. But at the same time, Chris, it's only ever about what's ever going to make Chris happy. It's never about whether or not Chris can make other people happy. It's all about what Chris wants and what Chris will get, if that makes sense. There's very few things you'll come to notice, ladies and gentlemen, in Chris's story that revolves around the idea of Chris being not only incredibly selfish, but also incredibly petulant as a result of his selfishness. Despite people pointing out these contradictions, even quoting passages of the Bible, he will deny it. This is most likely because he goes to a very liberal church, so any question about premarital sex is probably interpreted quite liberally, and Chris believes that his church, and only his church, defines the entirety of religious morality. What a stand-up citizen, eh? As it applies to him, anyway. When Chris asks Rocky about passages quoted to him by trolls, she only fuels his a la carte Christianity by saying things like sex before marriage is okay as long as the couple is in love, which contradicts Christian doctrine. In summary, Chris picked and chose what parts of Christian doctrine suit his own prejudices, and disregards the ones that would interfere with his love quest. Sexism. Well, again, I know you guys can probably see this. I'm gonna have to edit this up as well, but enjoy seeing Chris's disembodied head bouncing around in what looks like a fish tank that hasn't been cleaned in 14 months. Chris seems to consider a female sexual partner as a rubber stamp over his alleged sexual orientation, flying in the face of any morale system he's ever had. And that's quite a claim right there. If you know anything about Chris, he announced his desire to upload on the internet a video of his first full sexual intercourse, even if his hypothetical partner refused to consent to it. What a gentleman. After further prodding, he added that he would simply hide the camera, record the event without her consent, and blur her face before making the video public. That's not even good enough either. Supposing Chris was to blur out her face, if you don't get her permission, then guess what, Chris? You can face serious jail time for stuff like that. I don't think the term is I don't think it's not necessarily revenge porn, but I suppose it would be some sort. Because I think in terms of the law, a lot of things that involve things that would involve like a lack of consent, sort of more fall into the realms of assault. Although I suppose maybe, but then again, again you could sort of almost view this sort of thing as like a form of assault, because it was done without consent, and even if it doesn't matter if a face is blurred out, I think that's the least of Chris's worries by this point. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure if it's necessarily classified as assault. It's deception, actually. I think that's what the phrasing would be. Though I'm sure Chris probably could get done for assault in some capacity. Anyway, sorry, where were we? In Quick's final message to the second Quick, Chris indicated that if a woman accused him of being gay in person, he would sexually assault them by demanding they submit to a kiss and allow him to videotape the act, possibly as a way of proving his straightness. Okay, so now we go straight into the realms of rape, sexual assault, and what I can only presume is revenge porn by this point. Chris, if you did that, you would be facing nearly 30 years in prison for if you did something like that. Thankfully, I could say that this never happened, but to be honest, I feel like you should be facing some sort of repercussions for even saying something like that. But sadly, such a law hasn't been pressed yet. But to be honest, if I was a woman and if I straight up heard Chris say something like that, I honestly would almost be pressing for charges, because that is shocking beyond belief. How would you? Because here, and in case you're thinking I'm being like too much of an SJW about this, what if you were a woman, guys, and you heard someone say this? What would you think? Exactly. For Chris, as stated above, a woman is just a living, sentient sex toy, existing only to validate him as a heterosexual, as long as they're straight and younger than him, of course. To be honest, Chris, I think Chris is what they call the white version of D12. You know that infamous line that women ain't shit, only good for cooking clean, sucking dick, and that's it. Honestly, that's Chris's outlook, to say the least. And unlike D12, Chris is not even anywhere near as talented, or at least quite witty in his retort, but that's besides the point. Chris in the act. In what I can only describe as Chris throwing himself into the arms, well, it doesn't have arms, but into the piss-stained PSI throes of passion, which thankfully you guys won't be able to see, but count yourselves lucky, trust me. Leaked tapes of Chris's audio sex with Julie and the infamous sex tape with Kimmy shed light on Chris as he acts out his fantasies. In particular, the sex tape shows how Chris assumes female positions, notably riding on top of Kimmy in a scene straight out of a porno. It seems that Chris's entirety of knowledge about sexual relationships stems from ignoring the men in pornography due to fear of becoming a gay man. I know that they are using a different term here, but trust me, I am not saying that word. You know, I draw a pretty hard line when it comes to stuff like that. Anyways, however, it should be noted that in most of Chris's Rule 34 drawings, yes, that there is such a thing, the characters do tend to assume positions which are fitting for their gender. Shocking, because I thought Chris thought he was going to turn into a gay man if he did stuff like that, but apparently not. This is including Chris himself. It might be that Chris adopts female positions not so much due to ignorance regarding sex, but more because of his identification with the opposite gender. Although, really, considering in the tapes about Hey Julie and stuff like that, considering Chris didn't express any sentiment before or after, well, afterwards, I suppose, but not immediately after, we can only assume that, well, Chris just... Maybe this was the only position he felt comfortable with Julie by this point, or at least enough to prove his point, I guess. Chris's view on cunnilingus, isn't that a sentence, put on display in for jrisonly.move, includes slobbering all over... You know what? Because I haven't upset you guys enough tonight, let's just, well... Let's just see it anyway. And by the way, this is the infamous Mountain Doomy shirt. Have you ever seen any... I mean, Chris, this is not a good look. I'm sorry. It just isn't. Did I ever once tell you guys a story that about 3 years ago, I went into a store about like 5:30 in the afternoon, and there was a guy who also came in. He literally had a Pornhub shirt on, like black background, you know, all that. He was about 21 stone, about mid-50s, and well, he went outside wearing a shirt like that, and I'm not gonna, like, you know, play, you know, fatism or anything like that, but I would not have worn that shirt, is all I'm saying, because it's... Why? Who? What for?
I just forgot that one detail. Anyway, as for that, the quote-unquote Vanessa Hudgens, actually, this was actually, in reality, this Spanish dude I know, Joshua Martinez. Yeah, he was pretending to be Vanessa that whole time, and it ticks me off, that guy.
Let's just get to the point, I guess.
Nurse, that's another story for another day, though. But anyway, with that put aside, I'm gonna show you some ways on how I can pleasure you orally. Okay? I got a few ideas. Like, you know, I would definitely give you some finger play, lots of fingers. But yeah, I could be like, you lick your pretty little click there. Tickle your pussy. Oh, and here's the fun part. I can roll my tongue. I put it in there and extend it while it's in there. Can you imagine that? I got other ideas as well, but I just can't think of them right now. But hopefully that's good enough for starters and
Good.
to make up for that. And yeah, I have been under confusion for a little while, but seriously, Ivy, I really do want you. I want you. And I do love you, and I care about you. And I pray that this video does not fall into the hands of the trolls. You let me know once you got it downloaded successfully and that you're able to play it, and I'll take it off of the media fire. Precaution. I gotta watch myself. And also, another thing to make up for this, I'll review another thing about myself. I actually do have a bit of a belly, but also with that, man boobs. I'm telling you this in strictest confidence that you will not laugh at me. But while I walk, they do bounce, so I have to. So I wear a sports bra. Works very good. Keeps them from bouncing. I'm a 42 bust. Alright, well, hopefully we can move on and resume our relationship with emotions, or otherwise restart it. I love you, Jackie. Love you. Talk to you later. Meet up soon.
Now, again, first of all, I actually feel a little bit sick, to be honest, actually, after watching that. Secondly, yes, there was a section in that in which Chris called Jackie Ivy, so it didn't really seem to matter who it was, well, by that point. Third, I wasn't joking about feeling sick, good lord. Fourth, I hope to God we don't ever see that again, because why would Chris, after talking to somebody he's actually never met in the real world, would then resort to just why not talk about just going on a date, or just, I don't know, talk about interest and stuff like that? Why does did Chris think that, escalating things that quickly was, well, what can I say? Chris is just that stupid and very, very easy to fool. Moving on. In the leaked media, Chris displays that he may have some issues with delayed orgasm. This can either be physiological, bent, duck, being overweight, lack of endurance, or psychological in nature, performance anxiety, high expectations, intrusive homoerotic thoughts, subconscious guilt about sex, or a combination thereof. In the 2018 All-Star video, Chris is seen tugging on his duck along to the song. He remains flaccid the entire time. His inability to get an erection is possibly a side effect of HRT. If this is true, Chris will certainly not be getting any hanky-panky in the future. During his time losing his virginity to a prostitute, it's worth noting that he first received a blowjob, then demanded cowgirl before possibly missionary later. But luckily for her, he couldn't last very long and finished just after she rode him for a bit. This is important as it points two big problems with Chris. Just two. I'm surprised we're leveling it to just two. But anyway, first is his lack of self-control due to him finishing so quickly. Second is that he ordered possibly the laziest sex position in the book, with Mia doing pretty much all of the physical exercise, with Chris being a lazy fuck. Chris's second sexual partner in his life was none other than his own mom. I'm gonna be sick. The exact details of this incestuous affair is a bit vague, and something that I have literally never... I've tried all in my power to avoid talking about until the very end, but... well, we could talk about some of it, but then again, to say every act described by Chris is extremely disturbing and not for the faint of heart. Contraceptives. Moving on. Confidently, I wear a condom during the second half when I masturbate. I use Trojan or Lifestyles brand, Trojan mostly, and I use condoms when I fooled with the LDs as well. Wait, you during the second half, Chris? How many condoms must you go? No wonder Chris is always in the red. He always burns just money whenever he can afford to do it. Condoms, or as Chris has called them, raincoats, are thin latex coverings worn over a man's penis for the purpose of birth control. However, Chris seems to have understood that condom is more of a symbol for promoting safe premarital sex, rather than as a contraceptive. Aside from promoting safe sex and justifying premarital sex, Chris has also drawn his male solitude characters with condoms in order to censor their penises. Chris has stated that before his third date with Blanca, he'd wear a condom for the first 2 times they'd had sex, only to have non-protected sex by the third date. I don't really know how Chris thinks he can enforce something like that, but okay. Showing that he also believed that condoms serve as more of a kind of gateway to pregnancy. Chris had a box of chocolate-flavoured condoms that he purchased to be prepared for his first time. Chris had given a few different dates for when they expired, sometime in 2010 and January of 2013. Thank God we stopped using them. I mean, would you suck a 15-year-old caramel? No, of course you wouldn't. Chris reportedly also wore a condom that was also flavoured like green apple while engaging in sex with Mia Hamm. It's not entirely clear whether the condom was entirely successful or not, due to him mentioning that a smidge of navy had leaked out after their first round together, meaning he either kept them in his pocket for far too long, the condom didn't fit entirely around his bent duck, he became flaccid way faster than he should have, or he's an idiot who mistook a smear of lube or vaginal discharge for semen. Knowing Chris, any of these explanations are equally possible. For those wondering, however, it's probably safe to assume Mia Hamm won't be harbouring Crystal anytime soon. Hallelujah. Even by some non-existent chance he managed to get her pregnant, she would have likely been on the pill anyway. A bit of a blasé statement, but again, because I don't have any evidence to the contrary, maybe. Chris would later reveal to Noel that he was using a condom while he was having sex with his over-50 girlfriend, who was later discovered to be Bob. While ploughing a woman like Bob would cause anyone to instinctively wear the thickest condom available, then get themselves tested a few times over just in case, all of which Chris did, realistically there wasn't much reason to do so, since the risk of STDs and pregnancies was non-existent, since both were, at least where STIs were concerned, clean and both completely infertile. Mind you, there is also remember the case that Chris has been subject to a few UTIs in the past, and, well, considering that's sort of a bit, it's more in the genitalial area, that's a little bit more cause for concern, I guess. Sexual frustration. Chris has had a yearning to have a girl to have sex with since the start of his love quest in 2003. The first manifestation of this was when he was clawing at Megan, where his pining for her went ignored or denied as any sane person would. Okay, so slight update I need to give you guys. It's been 10 minutes later. I kind of had to pause the video very abruptly because, honest to God, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like shit. I feel absolutely dreadful. But I'm not even going to pretend, ladies and gentlemen, that we're done, because there is nothing worse than feeling sick and then you have to listen to the Chris's in-outs, and then all the bullshit that just spews from this man's mouth is it's enough to make you literally not... Honestly, after reading this, I'll literally be surprised if I ever want to have anything to do where, with sex literally after this, because honest to God, I just ill. Anyway, sorry. Frustration, yes. Throughout the first half of 2021, Chris's search for a sweetheart had resumed. Chris has expressed great sexual frustration, yearning for a physical girl to have sex with over his fictitious sweethearts. According to Kyle, at some point in February of 2021, Chris expressed interest in wanting to get a hooker. Something that Chris was once not in favour of. Also, I'm pretty sure it's still illegal in the state of Virginia. And Chris... Why nobody took any interest in Chris trying to boast about what was essentially breaking the law, you tell me. Chris wouldn't even... I don't think Chris could even have done something like even cross state line to do something like that. In March of 2021, following a masturbation session, Chris had a conversation with the Watchman in which he discussed how, despite not disliking or disapproving of the act of masturbation, he felt that he was born the wrong gender. In a May 2021 conversation, he claimed that over the years he would continually consume pornography and masturbate to get the hard-on. So, he literally did it just so he could feel any sort of gratification whatsoever, huh? Even when, biologically, his body was telling him, no, that's it, buddy, we're shut up for today. He expressed how, until recently, he felt that he had not fully explored his sexuality, nor any other means to stimulate himself, and even then claims to still overthink the process of inserting a dildo or vibrator up his ass. As you do. Again, I know it's been mentioned before, but I'm just going to mention again in passing. Why does everybody know everything about you, Chris? Because you tell them. That's why. Means of coping with sexual frustration. Masturbation and porn consumption. Chris has had a history of masturbating, starting when he discovered he could stimulate his penis by rubbing it against a washcloth when he was 15 Why that's something that... Why on earth people needed to know that? I don't get it. In 2009, he made use of a wash basin in the kitchen of his house while performing the act, and had claimed in the Ivy Q&A that he made use of a pillow that he'd folded in half, treated it as a masturbation tool. Honestly, I'm going to be sick again. Since then, masturbation has been an outlet for Chris's sexual frustration. In a February 2021 conversation with the Watchman, Chris said, masturbation takes 15 long, tiring, and annoying minutes. With my body, regardless of whatever method or tool utilized, and it has literally been that long in unenjoyable times since I first rubbed one out while my body was 15. That's a weird phrasing, huh? And that was long before I ever started on HRT in 2016. So not only is masturbation out of the question, it's more misery-inducing. Drawing porn. Okay, here we go. As for the drawing itself, I realised that it was done not only out of inspired fantasy, angst against ED, and love for you, but also a major release for my crazy mixed up hormones. If I didn't have the foresight to put my pent-up frustrations and feelings in the form of something, I might have become an abusive maniac. So thank God for allowing me to release my bottled up frustrations in a more positive, yet not so politically correct, and not physically hurting others method. If you don't know what this is about, ladies and gentlemen, this is Chris trying to justify and rectify Megan about the shecameforquick.jpg drawing. You don't know what that's about, ladies and gentlemen? Well, it's probably best you don't. Honestly, I even when people ask me who even is this Chris Chan lark, I try to literally keep it so we don't have to talk about stuff like this. Yeah. Chris has on more than one occasion drawn pornography of his own in order to release sexual tension. Chris claimed to Megan Schroeder that he had, in part, created the controversial drawing shecameforquick.jpg because he felt that doing so would inhibit him from sexually advancing on Megan, as he had feelings for her, and would have become an abusive maniac had he not created the drawing. The fact that Chris had decided to use what was essentially a product of his own pent-up sexual frustration as a means of attempting to get his Encyclopedia Dramatica page down only seemed to leave a much more bitter taste in Megan's mouth after announcing this. During this period, when Chris became much more sexually frustrated in 2021, he displayed this more openly towards friends, and even on his social media. He sent a picture of his Chris Chan solitary persona wearing a negligee while giving a seductive look to the WCT, and talked to him about how arousing it is to wear one. Okay. It's not known whether or not the WCT had anything to say to this. Sex toys. Chris has made innumerable purchases for sex toys, porn DVDs, and inflatable sex dolls. We might do just a short video on that later, but, well, your tax dollars at work, ladies and gentlemen. Enough said. Relationships with OCs. For a time, partly due to influence from the Idea guys, Chris has temporarily given up on his search for a sweetheart in pursuit of being in relationships with fictional characters instead. Same problem, really. Wet dreams. Chris has also had his share of his wet dreams, particularly whenever he had held strong feelings for his flavour of the week. The first of these wet dreams was, of course, Panda Halo, where he dreamed about the both of them getting naked, having sex, and then Chris finally climaxing. Chris also had a dream where he was in a labyrinth filled with water, where he met a woman and had sex with her. Chris recreated this dream in a Flipnote animation on Flipnote Hatina. The strangest of these was one where Chris claims that he almost had sex with the Sonic character Sally Acorn, which had left him sexually frustrated afterwards. Mind you, Sally is... Why Sally literally only walks around in literally just like a vest, and they don't even design any pants for her in the whole of Sonic the Hedgehog, so what's up with that? Then again, none of the isn't it all... Again, think about it this way. All the male characters in the Sonic franchise don't wear clothes except for shoes. All the female characters in the franchise, from like Rouge, Amy, Sally... Cream, I guess, all of them, have to wear dresses and stuff like that. Well, for good reasons and stuff like that. Actually, speaking of I know there's an idea that they wanted to make Sonic the Hedgehog 4 like a romantic comedy, because apparently that's when they're going to like introduce Amy Rose, but do you think they'll introduce cream and cheese into that as well? Or maybe Rouge, or... I don't know. I haven't even seen any of the movies anyway, but that's just something to put out there, I guess. Which had left... Anyway, Chris talks about another wet dream he had 2 months later, this time of the Sonic X character Chris Thorndyke, aged up and handsome. Chris also expresses the sexual frustration he felt after waking up from this dream too. Okay. Sex with mother. It had been joked and speculated by trolls, Christorians, and observers alike that Chris has much more intimate feelings with his mother than he initially let on. These speculations were confirmed in July of 2021, when screenshots were leaked of Chris detailing to Isabella Loretta Janke of his incestuous exploits. No later revealed worrying conversations he had previously with Chris about a new over-50s girlfriend he had been using condoms with. We will leave up to you to put 2 and 2 together. We'll cover this story in greater detail much later down the year, but there you are. Sexual deviancy. Chris's skewed basis of his understanding of sex leads to him exhibiting several instances of sexual deviancy. Inappropriate interactions with women. To say the least, Chris's social interactions hinder his ability to understand sexual etiquette. Well, we'll just call this age disparity. This has always been a very touchy subject when it comes to Chris. Chris had at first attempted to deny all claims that he had disagreements with the age of consent, even creating a new word, pedophork, as a sort of comeback to those who refer to him as such. Apparently being created solely to make the word rhyme in "I'm not a pedophork, you dorks," Chris has tried to retain this image by removing any references that he may be interpreted as him of being a pedophork in his Solitude comics. Most infamously, Chris had characters in Solitude issue 8 make comments about dumb laws when Zapina Rosechew, who is 14 years old, asked to participate in stripping for women's rights. And bear in mind, Chris can't even fall back on the excuse that what the Japanese do is that they say that because their characters are not real, they are nothing more than glorified, ink on a parchment. Then because they're not real, then how can you say such and such is this, that, and the other if they're not real? But again, this is the sort of thing that would, if Chris was in Japan and did this, then you know what, it still would be really creepy, and it would be the sort of thing that, well, maybe the authorities would probably deport Chris back to Japan, because whilst this is the sort of thing that probably is more specific towards Japanese citizens, it's not particularly the case when it comes to, well, foreigners coming to Japan to do it. Just saying. At a glance, Chris seems to adhere to the age of consent, once advertising on his attraction signs that he would only date someone of legal age. Chris, however, does not seem to understand or care about how creepy it is for him to be attracted to women that are half his age, and seems to see it as if yet another barrier for his love quest. Chris has catcalled an artist whom we believe to be entering young adulthood. Okay, well, who is this, Grace Vanderval or someone like that? Because, honest to God, like, I know there are quite, like, some similarities between, like, Chris and Daniel Larson, but Daniel Larson rides the line of being completely insane. Not quite in the same, not necessarily in the same sort of camp as Chris, but both are pretty mad. Has made sexual remarks towards Bella, despite her having no interest in Chris whatsoever, and has shown arousal when Fiona exposed herself to him. Necrophilia. Oh God. Yeah, any chance of this, literally, that it's probably gone out the window, but there we are. While Chris himself has never engaged in sex with a dead body. What are these sentences I'm reading tonight? Jesus Christ. To the best of anyone's knowledge. Oh, thank you for saying that. Chris has recently been referring to Bob as a zombie-like husk since even before they began engaging in their affair, and that her soul has already moved on to her Rosechew form in C-197. So I guess we could say Chris is an animal fucker as well then, or if he thinks of her like that. Complaining that her lifeless body was still clinging to life and preventing him from going back home, meaning that Chris is at least partially comfortable with the idea of having sex with his dead mother. In another disturbing incident, Chris recorded "It's Not That Cold" when he proceeds to imitate Buffalo Bill and pretends to get inside his dead dog Paddy. Nobody really knows why he did this, and the explanation, even to this day, is not particularly certain. While not engaging in sex with her, he does take a bizarre sexual pleasure in wearing her corpse, or at least pretending to do so, since he was too lazy to actually dig her up. Probably for the best. Bestiality. I can imagine myself doing it with a collie, at least, like Lassie. Guys, honestly, you know what? After reading that, and as somebody who owns 2 collies myself, I literally, I don't even want to continue doing this article. I really, really don't. Ow. Oh, oh. Sorry about this, guys. Just give me like about 10 seconds so I can actually, regain my composure a little. Right, okay. 10 seconds. Right, okay. In December of 2008, Chris told Panda Halo he would be willing to have sex with a female dog for her. However, in his interview with Screw Attack Europe, Chris says he's against bestiality. These were trolls, weren't they? But we'll get into that maybe some other time, because if somebody straight up ever asked me that, I would just hang up the call or just don't even correspond to that, because who asks something like that? Then hoists himself by his own petard by claiming that Solitude and Co. are not half humans but all animals with human form. So technically this isn't bestiality, as they're animals having sex with each other. Chris suggested that Brian from Family Guy be paired up by any sex breed of dog. In the Red Maned Deer, Chris recites a poem he wrote about having sex with a deer, but at the end of it states this was in fact not an act of bestiality, for you see, the red-maned deer I have been communicating with and tracking is really you, my womanly sweetheart named Jackie Romy. I'll have to go over this in more detail when it comes to Chris and his poetry, because sweet, merciful Christ, Chris's attempts at poetry is agonizing. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. The fact that the deer is Jackie is obvious, but in spite of this, he explicitly stated that it was her at the end anyway. In a photo of the rental house from June 2014, the Chandler minivan bears a bumper sticker reading, "I sleep with dogs." What exactly this means is yet to be determined. In fact, I don't even want to look into it, because we'd be here all night. Moving on. Is Chris a furry? I am half Sonichu and half Pokemon, thus making me a furry. This should be noted, Chris May 2018, during the aftermath of the Idea Guy saga. So these were things that wormed their way into Chris's fourth center of mind, I suppose. Whether Chris could actually be considered a furry was debated for a long time. There are some things that point in this direction, however. Chris certainly gets aroused by provocative drawings of anthropomorphic animals, at least when they are Sonic characters, and he has drawn unsolicited pornography of his own Sonic recolors. Chris Chan's Sonichu is in many ways similar to a fursona, and Chris even roleplayed the character while cybering with Julie. Finally, in the Giant Penis comic, Chris and Ivy both transform into anthropomorphic animals during the act of sex. On the other hand, Mims and Lucas noted that Chris was projected against a male furry who patronized the gameplays because he happened to be gay. Given the high proportion of gay and bisexual men in the furry fandom, Classic Chris would almost certainly have been uncomfortable at any kind of furry gathering. In May of 2018, under the influence of the Idea Guys, Chris declared himself a furry. The Idea Guys also brainwashed him into believing he is in a polyamorous marriage with his anthropomorphic imaginary friends Magi-chan Sonichu and Grizel Rosechew, and Chris believes he has had sexual relations with these imaginary friends. Right, okay. Also of note is that in mid-2020, he binge-watched the Netflix anime BNA, Brand New Animal, commenting that it was very good, but said nothing further than that. While Chris may loosely qualify as a furry due to his obsession with anthropomorphic electric hedgehog Pokemon and ponies, he has never shown an interest in the broader furry community. In fact, speaking of ponies, I remember like a number of years ago, ladies and gentlemen, there was a place I worked in which we had a customer who would come in like every month or so. I think he was called like Mr. Rostenwise. Except here's the thing you need to know about Mr. Rostenwise. First of all, that was not his real name, because apparently for legal reasons he had to actually have it changed. So goodness knows what his name actually was. He was about like late 50s. He wore like a huge, those stupid, hideous green coats that I see like women wear, the ones that almost go entirely down to the ground. And even the way he was like, he looked like banana shaped, despite the way his gut like stuck out. But he still walked around like I said, banana shaped, because apparently this was a guy who apparently had been banned from every single stable in the country because apparently he was interfering with horses. I that's what I got told, and I shit you not, ladies and gentlemen. Those poor fucking horses. I swear to God. And maybe that's why he looks like that, perhaps. Maybe he was kicked in the gut by a horse. Good. Because that's what they deserve. That's what people like that deserve. It's a shame his skull wasn't cracked in, but that's besides the point. Moving on. I'm only saying that because that actually has kind of made me feel a little bit better. But there you are. Oedipus complex. In simple terms, it is the attachment of the child to the parent of the opposite sex, accompanied by envious and aggressive feelings toward the parent of the same sex. Surprisingly, ladies and gentlemen, when I was like studying the Gothic as for my final year in high school, when I was like 17 going on 18, I remember one of my English teachers was very, very keen to like really like make us understand that Oedipus complex is just a tried and tested formula of the macabre, and that we shouldn't be surprised when these things sort of come about. Yeah, she was quite weird, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it wasn't even relevant to anything we'd actually were studying anyway. I studied Frankenstein when I was 17. I studied Angela Carter, and yes, Angela Carter is a very, very weird woman, but she doesn't go for things like Oedipus complex. At best, her works can be described as, well, fucked. Basically, they're extremely fucked up, to say the least. And I even did Marlowe, and Marlowe I don't think you could have gotten Christopher Marlowe to write anything like that, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Moving on. Chris has exuded such an Oedipus complex for years, given his feelings for his mother, coddling him while also showing resentment for Bob now and then, especially whenever he'd scold Chris for his antics. Which we'll get into those sooner or later. Prostitution. Given how badly Chris wanted to lose his virginity, at the expense of his own dignity, may I add, and everything else aside, many observers have wondered why he didn't immediately spend some of his tugboat on a prostitute. Mumble Chat number 4 from February of 2009 answered that question for a while. There, Chris explained that paying for sex would render the act meaningless, and he was, in a rare display of common sense, afraid of contracting a sexually transmitted disease. Well, you would if you didn't, stick something on the end of it, or you didn't take, like an aspirin immediately afterwards just to prevent your dick from falling off. But I don't really feel as if like common sense is Chris's forte. Needs must as the devil drives, though. While being blackmailed by Jack Thaddeus in the summer of 2009, Chris attempted to solicit the services of a Craigslist prostitute to fuck on camera so he could recover his hacked PlayStation Network accounts. So after describing his personal problems to the prostitute, who probably must have been having a very trying time already before Chris called or something, she hung up on him. Yep. Chris was apparently trying to get free sex from the hooker with long, rambling stories about his horrible life to try and gain sympathy. You know what? There are moments in which I will say Chris, even in the worst of circumstances, does still come across as rather pathetic, and well, that's just no exception. He was genuinely shocked when she didn't offer to fuck him out of pity, unaware that prostitutes, by definition, only have sex with men for money. Previously, in March of 2009, Brian Bash had sent a trio of prostitutes to Chris's house, so he would no longer be a virgin with rage. Hilarity ensued. By the beginning of 2010, Chris's views on prostitution had further softened. According to his conversations with Vivian G, around the turn of the year, he was attempting to save $100 out of his monthly budget to buy himself a whore for his 28th birthday. This presumably was the $100 for a damn hooker he referred to when begging the wallflower for sex on YouTube in March of 2010. Between April and July of 2010, under the name of Carlos Chantor, Chris tried to offer himself up as a male escort. He described himself as experienced for her pleasure with an average body type. It didn't work. Later, under the guise of his troll persona Jenkins Jinkies, Chris attempted to acquire the contact details of the hookers Brian Bash had previously hired. While it is possible that Chris merely wished to make his disguise more convincing by implying that 14-year-old Jenkins wished to hire prostitutes, it seems far more likely that Chris actually was considering hiring Brian's girls. In April of 2012, a Facebook status leaked in which Chris announced that he was no longer a virgin. Suspicion arose that this was due to the help of a hooker. Chris provided further evidence suggesting that the girl was a prostitute. On the 1st of May, when he wrote in a Facebook note that his Virgin Breaker can be found somewhere on the back page, a website known for featuring sex service ads. On the 28th to 29th of June 2014, Chris openly admitted that this was the first time was with a prostitute, and that he had sex with her twice. In June of 2016, Chris himself made another attempt to enter the prostitution business, now as a trans woman, going by the name Stephanie Buscakes. Predictably, Chris was unable to find any woman of any orientation who were interested in paying him $100 to either have sex with, one way, or the lesbian way. And the Stephanie Buscakes persona was not yet reappeared. Oh, and by the way, if you want to know, do you think it'll be worth trying to, I suppose, because, I'm sick of, feeling that bad, feeling that sick inside. You know what, we'll just straight up, where is it, oh, okay, here it is. So, again, can I just state for the record, where is it? Where's the video gone? Oh, here it is. So, once again, although it must be also argued, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm just going to say this just before we get started, is that, well, the rationale for this video's existence and whatever logic went into it is still to this day uncertain. How could I not even get... Yeah, okay, okay, so how am I meant to, even, Yeah, let me just... Okay, so that doesn't work, Let's just watch it like this, for what it's worth.
Hello, ladies. How'd you like to spend a little quality time with this sexy bod, huh? These sexy breasts. And the thing that I was wrongfully born with down there. Oh, good quality time. Can have it one way, or we can play it the lesbian way. So, For $50, we could do a cuddle. For $100, we could do pretty much near anything. I don't do anal, though. I don't do anal. But we'll do anything else. We can even romp with toys. And I have lots of hidden potential. So send an email. Give me a response. Tell me you want a little lovely, sexy evening with Miss Stephanie Buscakes. Advice to the email only. Nobody with STDs, and only women of any orientation need apply. Well, straight, lesbian, and bi. Oh, y'all got the pussy? I'm very happy to work with a little bit of that. I meant to show up my booty. Did booty look good enough for you? So, respond now.
Good news, ladies and gentlemen, because one, I don't feel sick anymore, but at the same time, I just feel kind of dead inside right now after seeing that. Yeah, honestly, I was not joking about feeling dead inside. You know how I've quoted before by saying that this, of course, wouldn't work because, at least according to what I think, at any rate, proud and lazy people like Chris do not make good prostitutes. But I'll go one further. Chris, you're shooting way above your station. Because here's the thing, Chris. We already know what you are, Chris. We already know what you're like. We already know your bad habits. And, well, supposing... Ah, Jesus Christ almighty. Good Lord, please give me strength, please. That's just the thing as well, you know what? Who the fuck would actually want to even, well... Who would even want to go with a maniac like Chris anyway? I mean, call it what you will, but I know exactly what Chris is. I know exactly what he's done, and I also know the things that he was apparently wanting to do anyway, so no, I don't feel bad. Learning not to feel bad, ladies and gentlemen, and feeling actually brave to call Chris out on his bullshit sexual delinquencies is actually one of those stages, ladies and gentlemen, you have to reach so that you can still consider yourself kind of sane for knowing the difference. Moving on. On the 24th of April 2018, while under influence of the idea guys who had allegedly been extorting him out of thousands of dollars, Chris announced, "Anyone living locally to me in Virginia or visiting in Charlottesville, I give your BJs for money too. Serious." A fan on Twitter messaged him about it in their conversation. Chris said, "Consider me a beginner with experience blowing my loving boyfriend. Willing to learn and adapt further. $50 for that BJ from this celeb. If he wants butt sex, that will be $100 cash only." Chris told Quick Protect Squad member Tings that he was indeed serious about prostituting himself, had several offers, but had not taken on any customers. When asked if he would consider, Chris responded, "A little from column A and the latter from column B." No, I don't know what the hell that means, and I know it's meant to be a reference from South Park, but what relevance does it make to the conversation, Chris? Let's assume I didn't know what that was from. Can you say it without having to reference a TV show for like one time in your life? After the guard dogs rescued Chris from the idea guys' influence, he reversed course and disavowed the prostitution messages on the 7th of May 2018, saying that he had been coerced. He went further on the 25th of May, saying that he had been forced to write such things, and implied the idea guys had been behind it. According to Kyle, in February of 2021, Chris ordered a hooker and asked Kyle to ask No to get him one. Why Chris couldn't have just gone to No himself, or Chris organised it himself, I honestly don't know. Maybe it is because the state of Virginia and all that. Incest. You know, maybe I'm going to have to separate all of these things into separate columns because, well, look how many they are. Anyway, Chris has long been suspected of having unnatural feelings about sex and family. In 2007, Chris attempted to shock Encyclopedia Dramatica into submission by posting his own Rule 34 drawings, including one of himself finger-banning a nude brunette woman. ED users immediately concluded this was Crystal, Chris's imaginary twin sister in the comics. This charge infuriated Chris and therefore became the conventional wisdom. By the time Chris successfully convinced anyone that it really was Megan Schroeder in the drawing, the notion that Chris wants to bang his imaginary twin sister had already stuck. And speaking of sticking, this is the image of, well, Chris forcing Solid Shoe on all fours and, well, the caption, "This hurts me worse, my son, but destiny called us to make this baby our next CPU, our crystal rose chew. Ah." And of course, Chris is wearing the Love is Love shirt, and Solid Shoe doesn't look as if, he understands what's going on. Crystal, Chris's imaginary twin sister, appeared as a girlfriend card he made for Yu-Gi-Oh!, and her attractiveness and desirability are brought up several times in the Solid Shoe comics, well after being established as Chris's twin. Chris has shown complete ignorance in matters incestuous before. His electric hedgehog Pokemon are all related, despite their type and appearance differences. They all come from Sonic and the same male Pikachu. Apart from that fact, they were all created by Chris and acknowledge him as such, Solid Shoe and Rose Chew calling him father. But many of them are paired off with one another, notably Solid Chew / Rose Chew, Bubbles / Blake, and Magi / Sylvana. Simonla was technically also made by somebody else, banging and some even having kids. Chris's own comic children are a form of incest, as Chris impregnated himself with his navy. As you do, Chris shrugs off all medical / science facts and lists the two as perfectly healthy and autism-free. Right, okay. Chris has first expounded his views on incest to the internet on the 31st of January 2009. In terms of timeline, ladies and gentlemen, I literally just turned 11 years old, so happy birthday to me, I guess. During the first Mumble chat, when it was revealed that he did not fully understood the meaning of the word incest, while he showed aversion toward incest in the chat, his condemnation of it was lukewarm, saying that he would only definitely discourage that, and that lesbian incest is possibly okay due to no reproduction being involved. Compare this to his statements about male homosexuality from the same chat. "I hate gay males. I'd sooner have a sex change before I would ever turn into a gay man," or to his statements about male homosexuality from earlier that month, saying that he would make it a crime and force its practitioners into having sex with members of the opposite gender. Now that's fucked up. A year later, Chris's views became staunch when a correspondent in the mailbag pointed out that Chris's state allows cousin marriage but not same-sex marriage. Chris furiously denied it and wrote, "Cousin marriage is just as terrible and unholy as marrying your own mother or father." When another correspondent responded to Chris by saying that he is happily married to his cousin and that their marriage is indeed legal in Virginia, Chris answered him by saying that he was destined to hell for his relationship, not realizing that incest is shown in a positive light in the Bible. When the subject came up again in the next mailbag, Chris said that sexual relations between cousins are just as wrong as incest between parents and their children or between siblings, and that all those relationships were condemned in the same part of the Bible. Which is not actually true, because Chris does not know what he's talking about. Incest fix. In February of 2010, Chris notably did not react to an extremely NSFW ad of himself on the Wikipedia depicting himself fingering Bob like he did with a former friend in a certain illustration. Despite reacting to an ad claiming that he was dead, during the Idea Guy saga, the troll convinced Chris that Magi-chan foretold of a prophecy in which Crystal would be born by Chris mating with Sonichu. He also informed Chris that if this was drawn, he wouldn't have to do it in real life. Seems like a good deal if you ask me. Chris complied. During the nonsensical issue 13 of Sonichu, incest is unsurprisingly everywhere. From Chris Chan and Sonichu getting married to Magi-chan, to Chris and Sonichu forcing themselves upon each other. To the Watchman, Chris chatted about how he was upset over implications of incest in the Sonichu family, stating that he had written a piece to dispute the incest bullshit. In a Facebook post from January 2020, Chris reiterated his opposition to incest, writing, "I personally seriously disapprove of incest, and would never practice it at all. And the bottom line is, incest is never wincest. Epic ugh." Like everything Chris says, he only says it to save face and doesn't actually believe it, and instead will do the exact opposite. Dreams of sex with Bob. On the 10th of August 2016, Chris posted a response to a mother-son couple who were arrested for incest. He admitted to having dreams of having sex with my mother, but never acting on them ever. Among other things, he also implied that incest offers a chance for better teaching the child how to better satisfy their eventual partners. I know, guys, I can't believe that's a thing that somebody actually said. All of this is in stark contrast to his earlier condemnation of incest, which raises the question of whether Chris was being true and honest, but changed his opinion later thanks to his growing degeneracy, or the likelier possibility that it was all for show. I have a few things to say in response to this article. Firstly, the child was over 18, and surely the mother has talked it out with him beforehand. What if they didn't? The child might have had social problems. What if he was just a degenerate? Or a situation where socializing or going out to socialize with other people was a greater difficulty. What if this kid, like I said, was a degenerate and was a weirdo and nobody wanted to be associated with a weirdo? Financial situation to prevent paying someone else to come over and help out in the situation. What do you mean help out in the situation? You mean hiring a prostitute or using another member of the family to... It's the sort of thing that makes me want to smack Chris, I swear to God. Moreover, it was the lifelong affections being parent and child. Also, the mother probably could not bear any ovium for children anymore. like that should make any difference whatsoever. Why does these sorts of things need to happen? Anyhow, who among everyone in this world has not had a dream of having sex with at least one of their parents? I haven't. Probably you guys at home haven't. In fact, nobody that I've ever known has ever wanted to do that. So that's bullshit, Chris. Never acting on them ever, I myself did have dreams of having sex with my mother. Although incest is quite a controversial topic. You don't say. But there are circumstances when there would be not so much harm as one may think, feel, or believe. The child is over 18. The mother is unable to have any more children at the time. Birth control and protection is available and can be used. In a case of father/daughter, birth control definitely should be used anyhow. Oh, I see. So you're a sexist little piece of shit too, saying that birth control should be used in this instance, but not between mother and son. Also, consider if the child is adopted. Not as much biological. Plus, this offers a chance for better teaching the child how to better satisfy their eventual partners. How, Chris? How is that going to happen? The schools can only teach from books, not so much practice. And nobody wants to end up being a 20 or 30 plus year old virgin. By the way, I know I've made mention of things like this before, but Chris will only ever talk about stuff like this if it means he can interject by talking about himself, because that's all that matters in stuff like this. I know, that is a huge enduring pain, unless the sex act was abusive, hurtful, or would result in an unwanted birth of a physical or mentally challenged child. I would not judge or persecute the parent and child. I would encourage the child to socialize more, maybe make it easier for the child to meet up with more people his or her age. Do not send the mother and son to jail. Later, Kim Wilson would leave a comment telling Chris that incest was not harmless, that Chris seemed to suggest, and that incest can result in serious mental afflictions and pains and stuff like that, and advised Chris from acting on incest. Meanwhile, on the 13th of September 2019, while role-playing as Magi-chan, Chris would describe Bob as a guilty pleasure waifu. And it begins the actual sex with Bob. While the prospect of Chris having sex with Bob was joked about for many years, most people did not believe Chris would actually go through with it. Before the incest call was leaked, there were numerous warning signs of what he was to come. Mainly being the fact that Bob would force Chris to spoon her in bed for many years, and telling Mia Hamm that the sexual massage he gave her was the same that he gave his mother. Their actions around each other have indicated a history of incestuous interest. However, many just assume that this was just a combination of Chris's autism, making him act inappropriately, and Bob's infamously controlling behavior. After the incest calls were leaked, it was revealed that Chris had been engaging in regular sex with Bob every 3 nights or so since the 27th of June 2021. His seduction methods included giving her full body massages while making attempts to finger her, kissing her on the lips with Bob refusing to open her mouth, and Chris making psychic connections with her before, during and after their romps in the hay. It's also noteworthy that Chris refers to Bob as Barbie-chan almost exclusively now. Whether this has something to do with her or with her supposed anime fanfiction characteristics, a bizarre pet name, or Chris trying to subconsciously distance himself from their familial bonds is unknown. Rap. Chris was very apathetic about the idea of consent, as we've already proven, and to a larger extent the act of rep. When Panda Halo told him she was rapped by Clyde Cash, he reacted nonchalantly. He even thought it would be appropriate for Panda to move in with her rapist, which is technically in line with certain archaic Christian principles. But then again, those people can kiss my ass if you think that's people are going to condone that sort of behaviour, including Chris, whom he called a good man for regretting the rap and being willing to take care of the ensuing child. Later on, long after the Panda Halo saga was over, he would wish her and her rapist a happy marriage. In iPods Down and Listen Up, he didn't seem to realise that his improvised lyrics detailed a sexual act that would almost certainly be construed by others as rap. Chris eventually compared his ordeals with the trolls, particularly during the classic era to rap in his Facebook posts, since Blue Spike's most infamous incident involved an act that could be described as sexual abuse in front of several people. This is admittedly a fitting description. As far as Chris being a potential rapist is concerned, however, the situation was far more complicated. For starters, as explained earlier, he admitted that he drew She Came for Quick.jpg to prevent himself from acting on his sexual impulses against Megan Schroeder, who had previously scolded him for inappropriately touching her. During a particularly disturbing chat, he, incognito, suggested that the trolls try to convince him to rap Rocky Shoemaker. He also evidently saw no issue with rap by fraud, essentially having sex with someone while tricking them into believing you're somebody else, meaning they didn't consent with you. As seen with his comic book counterpart, when he travels forwards in time to have sex with his future wife Lovely Weather in the guise of being his future self, whom is definitely a different person in the future. Didn't think about it like that. During the Casey calls, he attempted unsuccessfully to lure her to his place in the guise of being Liquid Chris. Again, seeing absolutely nothing wrong with this whatsoever. In all likelihood, though, these parts of his behaviour are most likely explained by the keys to understanding his behaviour overall. His ignorance about the world and his persecution complex causes him to be quite naive about how bad rap actually is. With the Rocky Shoemaker situation above, he likely said that as part of an odd roundabout scheme to get the trolls arrested. But it's still pretty fucked up when he'd even suggest something like this, let alone tell her about it afterwards. In one of the Casey calls, Chris states he believes that abortion in cases of rap should be the choice of the victim and that they should not be pressured by others in their decision. Despite joking about how uncomfortably close he was to his own mother, few actually believe that Chris had it in him to commit an act of rap. For instance, he tried to kiss Emily and gave up when she said no, showing that he does understand the importance of consent, or at least he used to. Unfortunately, it seems that as of 2014, he has decided that he won't take no for an answer, and basically molested Catherine during their second outing by hugging her and burying his head in her breasts even after she flatly told him not to. This gets even more disturbing when you consider this email where Chris outright says that he's entitled to a relationship. Also not helping matters was Chris kissing multiple guests who posed with him at the Too Many Games convention, regardless of consent, which of course ultimately got him kicked out. Furthermore, it was argued that Chris didn't have a history of violence conductive to attempting sexual assault. Aside from his habit of dishing out threats he can't possibly carry out, hitting Michael Snyder with a car, and macing a manager in the chest, Chris is physically very weak and unfit, and simply could not overpower an able-bodied person. The only outcome of him attempting it would be a swift knee to the dick, followed by a rousing round of America's favourite game, Kick the Autism. However, given Catherine's experience with Chris during their outing, in her words, she was taken by surprise and couldn't react to it. It was encouraged that women should exercise caution around him. Interestingly, Chris details in an announcement is that he wants all men to stay at arm's length distance away from him, along with showing the insecurities he possesses concerning men. Chris seems to think that he is an attractive enough trans woman for a man to consider rapping him. Now, I must be completely frank, ladies and gentlemen, when I say, well, there we are. That's it. We are at the end of Chris and his body. And I must also emphasize, oh my god. I had to take a break halfway through this because honestly I was like sick. And that's the operative way I can only really describe this whole article is sick. Chris's actions are sick. His it's just when you look even further into this, and you consider, like, I suppose, like, actually, you know what? Let's just keep this brief and just keep it to an end. Is that if it wasn't for the fact that for some strange reason, it's all about self-interest, because we know Chris has no real respect for women, unless, of course, Chris will have respect for women if it means that they will give him what he wants with no questions asked. But Chris will get extremely angry when, you know, women actually put up some sort of resistance to his otherwise twisted charms, I suppose, is the way I'm going to use it. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, this is probably also the very first time I've actually ever had to touch upon, well, Chris's affair, shall we say, with Bob. And, well, I've waited nearly 5 years, nearly 4 years to actually finally start talking about it. But there you are. That's like the first real insight to it all. And presumably everything that happens afterwards. But with all that being said and done, I'm going to bed, and I'm probably going to sleep like the dead, because honest to God, I feel dead inside. So there we go, and I'll see all of you guys again in the next article. So take care, and bye-bye for now. Keep safe, my friends. Keep safe.